of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars William Wyndham, Jacqueline Scott, Joanne Harris, Stephen Oliver. Tonight's episode, 45 minutes from home.
Yes.
Good. It's green. Turn right. First time?
What?
Cross the bridge.
Yes.
Welcome to the Golden Gate. Total length 1 7/10 miles. Height of the tower 846 feet.
Oh.
With a vehicular capacity of 283,000 per 24-hour day.
Oh.
Total cost $35 million.
How do you know all that?
I used to work a bus. UPAC. Unified what? Postman?
No, pharmaceuticals. The AC stands for,
Annual convention.
It shows, huh?
Pharmaceutics, what's that? Drugs and stuff like that?
Yes.
And you're a salesman?
20 years with the same firm.
20 years? You've been doing that all my life? What a drag. Mine? LA.
Yes. How did you...
And I'll bet you've been married to the same woman all your life.
That's right. 22 years.
2 kids, a boy and a girl.
No, just one, a girl. She's a lot like you, actually. Karen.
You look austere. The architect and chief engineer was Joseph P. Stroud, a specialist in long-span bridges and a poet. There's something funky about a houseboat, don't you think?
Funky?
You know, real. Coming? Here. Well?
I don't think I'd better. I do have a noon meeting that I should...
Well, it's up to you.
what sort of knitting do you call this?
Macrame. I do it.
And the pottery?
A friend. Oh, I'm Lita. And you?
Garver. Tom Garver.
Mr. Tom Garver. Do you, smoke grass? Oh, I guess not. Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Match?
Hmm.
Never mind. We're tripping anyway, aren't we, Mr. Garver?
What is this? What are you doing?
Something you've always wanted to do, right? You just wouldn't do it on your own turf. With your wife and daughter somewhere around the corner.
Lita, please stop.
But you want to know what it's like, don't you? That's why you picked me up.
I didn't pick.
Now you tell me you're just not like all the rest. You tell your daughters you do one thing and you do another. You know what would be funny? If right now your daughter was with some other old man. And I do mean old, Mr. Tom Garver. You should see yourself with that trust me smile. And that raunchy little mind of yours. You're a hypocrite. Yes, you're a hypocrite. A hypocrite. Can you hear me? A hypocrite! A hypocrite!
Lita? Who did it?
Oh, my head.
Who was it this time?
I'm bleeding.
What was his name?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Garver or something. Hey, Brett, would you get me a towel or something?
Garver. What was his first name?
I'm bleeding!
What was it?
Tom. Tom! Now, would you get me something for my head? Oh.
Tom Garver.
Brett, please.
Got another tea besides Colonga Jet? No, Mike, come on. I just checked out.
So did someone in Marin County. We got a 904. They need assistance.
What'd you tell her?
I just told her that your wife and kids were getting tired waiting for the wonton.
Mike. Hey, Mike!
Lieutenant Stone?
Mr. Wade?
Right.
Inspector Keller.
Hi.
What do we got?
Coroner's inside now. Witness says he thinks the suspect headed for Golden Gate, and that's your jurisdiction.
Who's the witness?
Name's Wilson, Brett Wilson. Lives here.
Is he the guy that found the body?
Yeah, pretty shook up by it, too. Living together quite a while. Anyway, could be a waltz. He says he saw the killer.
Well, maybe we better see him.
Doctor, Lieutenant Stone, Inspector Keller. San Francisco homicide.
How do you do? 2 blows. One at the back of the head, another by the right temple. I'll need an autopsy to establish precise cause of death.
This how the body was found?
Nothing's been moved.
Somebody had a little party. This the weapon?
Looks like.
Mr. Wilson, the sergeant said you were the one that found her?
That's right.
L-I-T-A?
Yeah, Lita Brewer.
How long did you know her?
A year, maybe. I met her in the city. Like she needed a roof, you know. She was a nice chick. We grew together for a while. But, wow, man, like, I don't know. Like maybe I'm responsible.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
There's a lot of chicks in the city. I just didn't have all that much time to give to her. You know how it is. And I guess she needed somebody to just groove with her and nobody else. Maybe she went out and met some kind of a weirdo because I wasn't around.
You said you met her in the city. Is she from the Bay Area?
Idaho. Somewhere around, what is it, Pocatello?
This yours?
No, I never saw it before. Maybe it was his, huh? You know, the guy who, oh, man.
You said you saw him run to the car. What kind of car do you have?
A convertible. New, dark blue, maybe black.
Did you happen to see his license number?
No, but I got a good look at his face. Like he had a hard time getting his car started, you know? And, I got his name.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I forgot. It's all been such a nightmare. But, Lita told me right before she died.
Never mind all that. What's the name?
Garver. Tom Garver.
Telephone call for Mr. Russell Rankin. Mr. Russell Rankin, telephone.
Hey, Russ!
Yeah.
It's for you. Telephone.
Yes, my name is Rankin. I understand you have a call from me.
Ross? Hi.
Hello, Emily.
I've been trying to reach you for about 2 hours.
I know, honey. I've been busy.
Listen, this is really a silly thing to bother you with, but, the washing machine's leaking again. The man said that it's going to cost $32 to fix it. Now, is that all right?
What?
Well, the washing machine, I know it's a lot, but...
Sweetheart, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, listen, I knew it was a dumb reason to call, but...
No, I didn't dumb at all. I'm glad you called. Just thinking about you.
You were?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's funny. The jets make it just 45 minutes from home. It seems so far.
Emily? I love you.
I think I better send you away from home more often.
Look, honey, I've got to run along the noon conference.
Take care of yourself, okay?
Yes, I will. You too, huh?
Bye-bye.
Bye.
As soon as they're all here, we'll start with McElwain's pep talk.
All right, Bud, very good. Hello, I'm John Collins, Secretary of the Convention. I don't think that I've met you gentlemen.
We're looking for a Garber, a Tom Garber.
Oh, yes, certainly. That's Tom over there. Not hard to find him in this crowd with those clothes. Excuse me, are you with the convention?
No, we're with the city.
Oh, isn't that nice? Bud, very good, Bud.
Mr. Garber,
Yeah, what can I do for you?
could I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, later, huh? No, I have never been to any houseboat in Sausalito. No, I have never known any girl named Lita.
Mr. Garber, we're as anxious as you are to get this cleared up.
You know, a witness told us that the victim identified you by name before she died.
What am I, the only Tom Garver in the world?
The only one registered at the townhouse.
So?
You said you were at the hotel all morning. Can you prove that?
Look, I don't see why I should have to be proving anything. I thought...
Who were you with?
I'd rather not say.
Any special reason why?
Yeah, it's nobody's business why. That's why.
Number one, you have the right to remain silent. Number two, anything you say...
Wait a minute. I was with our vice president in charge of sales, Mr. McElwain. I was making a move on another guy's territory. What, you guys have been around? You know how it is.
It's going to have to be verified.
What, isn't there some other way?
That gentleman with the lieutenant. You sure?
Garver's older. At least 40.
This is your lucky day, Mr. Garver. I don't usually buy drinks for anyone. What now, Lieutenant? Just keep looking. How tall did you say he was?
Well, like I said, I couldn't tell. He was in the car when I saw him.
About 40.
Over, maybe. Like most of these guys.
Can you describe his face?
How do you describe a man's face?
Well, you're an artist, aren't you?
Like I throw clay, man. Don't worry, if he's here, I'll know.
And was found not guilty by Superior Court Judge Harold Lawrence. Earlier today in Marin County, The body of young Lita Brewer was discovered aboard a houseboat in the Artist Colony Marina, known as the Floating City, near Sausalito. San Francisco homicide detectives are cooperating with Marin County authorities, who gave this report to newsman Cliff.
That's what we came up here to get away from, old buddy.
Terrible things going on in the world today. It's full of a lot of sick people, you know that?
Yeah. What do you think keeps us in business?
Well, I carry a revolver.
You're kidding.
Everywhere I go. It's in my suitcase right now.
Boom Boom Collins. You mean to say you can still buy those things?
Oh, sure you can, but you have to register them. Takes 3 days, they fingerprint you and everything.
Hey, Russ, you can't leave now. You're the host.
I just remembered I've got to check in a car. You guys go ahead.
I believe the actual count is 267 people in the convention. They're all from out of town, of course.
Could we have a list of all the names, please?
Certainly, Lieutenant. It'll take a moment. We'll wait.
Excuse me, fellas. Would I get a full by the men's room, okay?
We'll be right here.
Great.
I picked this car up at the airport, but the starter's bad.
I hope you weren't inconvenienced. If you'll fill out a new form, please, I'll see what we have.
Hi there. Mr. Rankin. Russell L. Rankin.
I don't suppose you'd tell me why you need this list, Lieutenant?
No, confidential.
267 possibilities. Any one of them could have used Garber's name.
Or any one of the employees here. Or anyone sitting in the bar listening to a name.
Hey, man, like I just remembered, I've got something on for tonight with a chick. It's getting kind of late.
Mike?
Don't get lost. Okay.
Good. Well, I mean, you know, like if it's anything important, like I said, I do want to help.
No, we understand. Thank you.
Good.
He doesn't seem to be too broken up over his girl's death, does he?
Well, that was just one of his girls, remember? I mean, he didn't have that much time for her. Well, like, you know how it is, man.
No, tell me sometime.
No, well, right now we've got 267 names to run through R&I. And a lot more to learn about Lita Brewer and Brett Wilson. Come on.
Yes?
Mr. Rankin?
Who is it?
Telegram.
Well, just stick it under the door, please.
I am sorry, sir. I need your signature. Why'd you do it, Rankin? Was it because she laughed at you when you tried to kiss her? Huh? Or maybe when you made your move on her? And she let you make that move, didn't she?
It was an accident. I didn't mean for the...
Get up. Get up and be a man. You can't do it, can you?
Please listen. You must understand.
First time you saw her, I bet you thought, maybe this time I can make it. Huh? What happened? What happened? I see. Yeah. I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You must believe that.
Believe it? I believe it, man. Yeah, I believe it.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, man. I'm not going to do anything. You are.
What do you want?
Not much. Say, $1,000?
$1,000? I haven't got it.
You'll get it for me, won't you? And you bring it by the houseboat. Tomorrow.
But how can I raise that kind of money? I can't let anyone know.
That's the big problem with secrets, Mr. Rankin. Somebody always knows.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Atta-way, chickie, baby. Atta-way. There we go. And you just keep them coming here. All right, now listen, after a little dinner, maybe you can show me what this town's all about, huh?
Tom?
Russ! Like you to meet an old friend of the family. Sit down, sit down. Maybe she's got a sister.
Tom, I'm a little short. I thought maybe you could help me out.
Me? Well, what about your longtime buddies, Russ Babe?
Oh, I tried them. They can't swing it. Tom, this is very important to me.
Well, I'm sure it must be, Russ, but I'm not very big for favors. You see, my philosophy is...
I know what your philosophy is, Tom. That's why I thought maybe you could handle it. You've had your eye on my territory for a long time.
That's very observant, Russ.
Well, it could be that I'm willing to part with a piece of it.
For what?
$1,000.
$1,000? For what?
Well, let's say 10%.
Sorry.
It's worth 5 times as much. You know that.
Oh, yeah, I know that, Russ. But why should I pay for it? McElwain's going to give it to me someday soon anyway. And you know that.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi, Russ. Come on in. You know, I can't find any X297s. You wouldn't happen to have some, would you?
To tell you the truth, Johnny, I don't carry them. I just take orders.
That's funny. That's a good one. Why is it every time I'm away from home, my throat suffers something awful? Well, anyway, enough of that. What's on your mind?
In a word, I did come by to put the arm on you.
Financial bond? Well, they ought to have a pill for that, too, huh?
They certainly should, because what I need is $1,000.
Wow. To tell you the truth, I'm just about tapped myself. But listen, with your record last year, maybe the VP in charge of sales would help you out. Stick around. I'll just be 1 minute. Wait for me now.
Oh, listen, don't worry about it, John. It'll keep.
What was that?
I say it'll keep. Don't worry about it, Johnny.
Oh.
people you meet in hotel corridors. I'll say hello, Emily.
Hello, Emily.
Then you did know her.
Huh? Did I say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew her. She was a cool chick.
The word I got was that she and her old man Brett were really tight. Guess I heard wrong, huh?
Look, she's dead, okay?
Thought you were a humanitarian, Robert. Aren't we all diminished by another person's death?
Okay. I said I knew Lita. Nobody knew Lita. Cool? Man, she was cold. Like dry ice. You know, touch and get burned. Now, if she was tight with this guy Wilson, it's one of the best-kept secrets since the Pentagon Papers.
Maybe she's better off. I know that's a terrible thing to say, but life's not much without, well, without someone who can love you.
Guess it's rough being lonely.
If not being loved means being lonely. Oh, Lita had lots of, I don't know what you call them. Like walking shadows, maybe. Brief candles. Shakespeare, not mine.
What you're saying is that Brett and Lita were not in love.
I suppose there are other things besides sex. I think Brett finds release in the pottery he makes. I hope so.
Do you mean that...
I mean, we all have our problems. And his are just pretty rough when you look the way he does.
Like, don't judge a book.
Something like that.
Thank you. And if I want to get those photographs enlarged, I can call you at this number here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I think I got the short end of the stick.
Where are you parked?
Up the block. Let's see.
Forget it.
Oh, come on. It can't be that serious. She's got her own dark room, too, I'll bet.
If I find out, I'll let you know. Give me that. What'd you get from R&I?
Well, all I can say is United Pharmaceutical has 267 men with A1 backgrounds.
What about Pocatello?
2 arrests, no convictions.
Let me guess. Suspicion of possession.
That's not a guess, and you know it. She a hit?
Yeah, a little grass, maybe not much. She's not in any hard stuff. But the big thing that I learned about Lita Brewer is she's not the score we all thought she was. Oh, she turned on a lot of guys, all right. But she turned them off better.
You mean a tease?
Yeah. She'd meet a guy, pick him up, take him home, get him going, and then turn that poor guy right off. He'd get mad and smack her. And if you think that's weird, there's something else.
Keep rolling, buddy boy. Keep rolling. Brett Wilson.
Now, he said she couldn't get enough of him, right?
You mean Groovy Brett?
Right. Groovy Brett.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out he ain't as equipped as he looks.
You mean there's some doubt about that?
Yeah, according to the grapevine.
You mean that this all this He-Man stuff, that's just a front for something?
He's impotent, Mike.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. I'm telling you, the guy is impotent.
Impotent?
Yeah. This isn't any medical opinion, but it came from where you always told me to find the truth.
Yeah, the streets, I know. And according to the coroner's report, she had 1 blow to the back of the head and 1 to the right temple.
Yeah.
Did you happen to notice which hand Wilson favors?
No.
Well, maybe we better find out.
You know, there's something else. Somebody still used Garver's name.
Maybe Wilson isn't too anxious for us to find him.
Maybe, or maybe he just doesn't want his problem publicized.
And we better have a little more than maybes.
But we got something else. Now, it didn't seem too important before. We had that eyewitness report and that deathbed identification. We got the convertible.
The convertible, yeah. Dark-colored convertible. Say, if it was one of our 267 solid citizens behind the wheel, there's only one of two places.
You're right, the hotel or the airport.
You're driving.
Hmm? Are you angry with me?
Of course not.
What is it?
Oh, it's just that I have to go out for a little while, that's all.
No, that's not all. You think I can share your life for over 20 years, not know when something's wrong?
Well, there's nothing, there's nothing really wrong in it.
Is it the sales report? I mean, is it because your last quarter's sales were down? Well, honey, that wasn't your fault. I mean, did you tell them that? I mean, nobody could have worked any... I mean, you did everything that... Well, they're not going to take your territory away, are they?
I don't really know, Emily.
Did Tom Garver go to the vice president again? Did he go to see McElwaite?
Yeah, something like that, I think. I've got to go out now, Emily, but I will be back in an hour.
Well, listen, you tell him that, Mr. McElwaite. You tell him that Garver has been phoning your accounts. No, I'm serious. You're too good a man for that. You let him know what's going on, okay? Because you're a great husband, and you're a terrific father, and you're the world's best salesman. So you go and tell that to Mr. McElwaite. Ross.
That is no concern of yours.
That's no concern of mine. Oh, my God, tell me what's going on.
Honey, listen
No,
to me.
no,
Honey,
no.
honey, it's all right. Come over here a moment. Just for a minute. Come here, please. Now, listen to me. How many times have you and I seen those kids hitchhiking on Sunset Boulevard? Youngsters, Karen's age, huh? Well, I stopped and gave one of them a lift the other day. She lives on the other side of the bridge in a houseboat, and she asked me to drop her off.
We got this information from your airport office. They told us that a Mr. Russell Rankin checked out a car there and then turned it in here yesterday.
Yes, sir. He was having some trouble with it. We gave him another one.
Was the trouble with the starter?
Yes, sir. It was the starter.
Thank you.
Someone saw me. There was a man who knew I was there. And he came here to the room. He wanted money not to tell the police. So that's why I got the pistol, to frighten him. Just to frighten him.
No, listen. We'll go to the police because it wasn't murder. It was an accident.
But you see, Emily, I can't prove that. She's dead.
Ross? Oh.
I'd like to see Mr. Rankin, please.
Oh, come in. I was just trying to call somebody. I didn't know who. There was this man who saw it. And he came to Russell, and he asked him for money.
He came where, ma'am?
Here, at the hotel.
Well, where's your husband now?
I don't know. He said something about a houseboat, but I don't know. And you've got to find him because, I mean, he's not that way. I mean, he's not like that at all.
He's not like what?
He's got a gun.
Stay here.
But please don't hurt him. I mean, what happened before was an accident. I mean, he told me that. He's not a killer.
Go ahead and shoot. Maybe you'd be doing me a favor.
Why didn't you go to the police?
What would it buy?
$1,000. Is that the price you put on love?
Love. I'll tell you about her kind of love. She took everything I had, man. Everything that I could possibly give her. And then she brought them up here. To home, the home that I gave her. And she did it again. And again. And again. And she made sure that I knew about it.
Mr. Rankin? I just left your wife, Mr. Rankin. She told us what happened.
That's him. Now, that's the guy that I saw, the one that said he was Garver?
Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin, we know it was an accident. Say, you don't handle guns very much, do you? That one you've got there is a borrowed gun, isn't it? What kind is that one, Mr. Rankin? Is it a... Yeah, it looks like a .32 caliber. It's a neat little weapon. But you know, if you want to show it to someone, that's not the way to do it, you see. It could go off.
He tried to kill me.
That's not what I saw. Did you, Steve? Well, we'll hold them both for Wade. It's his jurisdiction.
Man. Now, it's him. I saw him do it.
How many times you see him at the hotel? All right, turn around. Put your hands on that table. Spread your feet apart.
Wilson! Steve! Get around on the dock! about him later.
Buddy boy.
USPPD. I wonder what that one means.
I don't think I want to find out. What, we got something here?
Well, I figure if you can say a wife with kids in Chinese, you can say single with Sunday night off in English.
Who gave you Sunday night off?
Come on, Confucius. Come on.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Leslie Nielsen, Karen Carlson, Tom Troop. Special guest star, Dean Stockwell. Tonight's episode, Legion of the Lost.
Just ain't the time to put the bite on me. I'd share if I wasn't sick. I'm expecting a bad time tonight.
What's to hear in an alley? They could shoot a cannon off down here. You think I'm getting out of bed?
Okay. So you found him about 7.
Truck comes by at 8. I lug the stuff out by 7.
You ever seen him before?
What's to see? He's a wino, right? Like they say, you seen one. Okay if I dump the junk?
Yeah. Looks like somebody rolled him for pocket change. Pretty much routine down here, Steve.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, all right. How you doing?
How are you, Cap? How's it going?
Okay, you know that guy there?
Charlie. You got any use for that, Cap?
Yeah, how about it?
Yeah, fingerprints. You got a last name?
What's the difference? Wino Charlie. How about it, Cap?
Well, keep the bag around it while we're drinking.
Red tape, you know how it is. Charlie what?
Wino Charlie. What's the difference?
What about it, Cap? Ain't it worth something? You're out for commissioner, Cap, and you get our vote, right?
Yeah, both of us.
Let's go to Al's, huh?
Yeah.
You never get anything out of that tribe, Steve. They just don't open up to outsiders.
No, they don't look too concerned, all right.
Well, finding a body in an alley gets to be an everyday occurrence down here.
Not 3 in 2 weeks, all clubbed the same way.
You can't expect these boys to keep score.
Well, somebody's got to keep score, right, Vic? Let's see if we get the report moving.
Right away.
Come in. It's open.
I couldn't believe it. Olson said you got your limit already. What'd you do, use a net?
No.
Well, come on, let's see the catch. Where is it?
All the fish you're gonna find in there is leftover tuna salad.
You're putting me on.
No.
I've got my mouth all set for a trout dinner you're gonna lay out.
Well, you get your mouth all set for a tuna salad.
You didn't catch anything?
Oh, sure. Beer cans and bread wrappers.
You should have stayed. I wouldn't expect you till next week. Maybe your luck might have changed.
Yeah, you walked that river for 2 days and look at nothing on your reel for 2 nights while you're swatting mosquitoes, and a hot tub begins to sound pretty good to you.
Yeah. Let's see, Olson said you called at 7:30. It's 11 now. It's a pretty good time from where you were.
What are you grinning about?
You couldn't stand it, could you?
Couldn't stand what?
Being away when you heard what happened.
So that's it, huh? You thought that I telephoned because...
All I'm saying is I got more faith in your ability with a fly rod than I do in your ability to take a week's vacation like any other normal person. And I'm saying this right here. Prima facie evidence, Lieutenant.
Down there got you, didn't I?
Really tried to smoke it past me, didn't you? The old hard fast one.
No. You're not sore, are you?
Sore? No, I'm not sore. I'm happy you're here. This is a tough one.
Yeah, Rudy told me. Third one of those winos killed within 2 weeks. What do you think?
I want to know what you're thinking before you bust.
Yeah, well, grab yourself a cup of coffee while I shave and shower. Rudy said you found nothing by the bum but a bottle, right?
Right.
So that rules out mugging, right?
Right.
What I mean is that you don't kill for the price of a bottle and then leave it behind, right?
Right. Is that new?
Yeah. Jeannie gave it to me for Father's Day.
It works without a cord?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see it.
Listen, what do we got now? We got 3 bums beaten to death for no apparent reason.
Right.
There could be a connection, though, you know. Could be one of those kooks, maybe, like we had a couple of years ago. One-man campaign to clean up the whole city.
That's right. I remember you told me about that, yeah.
It's awful tough to know what's going on down there. They don't like people asking questions.
You ain't whistling.
You know what I think we got to do?
What?
We got to put a man there undercover.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Somebody to walk all day, all night, work their way right into that whole crowd. And I'll bet you within 48 hours, we got something. Come on, let me have that.
Wait a minute. Let me try it. It's a good idea, you know, undercover. Yeah, Olson told me you said it. How do you feel about Averchek?
Are you kidding? That fuzz-faced kid? Why, he'd stick out like a harp polisher in a house full of hookers.
Okay. What about Peterson?
Sure, Peterson. You'd put Peterson down there in that tenderloin after he walked that beat for 10 years with a nightstick? No, not Peterson. It's got to be somebody they don't know. Somebody who looks like them. Somebody who looks as though he hasn't slept in a feather bed all his life.
Somebody who looks like he sleeps outside swatting mosquitoes.
Breathing time, brother.
Lord love you.
Maybe that's asking too much. Say, I just blew in from Stockton. Things quieted down.
How so?
Well, I understand you gotta be careful where you lay your head. Some of the brothers haven't been waking up.
Oh, yeah. Don't give it a mind. The feud's over. Have peace on earth.
Yeah. Somebody mad at somebody.
Plain as day. 3 dead, right?
That's what they tell me.
And them 3 had a grudge. So you take number 1, killing number 2, and then number 3, killing number 1. And number 4, maybe it was 3, having to get back at number 2.
I follow you, buddy. Smart thinking. Take it easy, buddy. Hey, you need some help?
Yeah, Keller.
You're warm, comfortable, sitting down?
Michael, how you doing?
Oh, fine, just fine. I talked to 10 different guys that got 10 different theories. You know what the latest one is? The syndicate is moving in. Yeah, they want to scare the winos out. The money wants to build 16 high-rises in the area. The winos are cluttering up the neighborhood.
Sounds terrific.
What did you get from the lab?
Well, they picked up some traces of casein, albumin, and wax from around the wound area. Now, that's the kind of stuff that comes off of leather.
So the weapon was leather-covered? A sap, maybe? Leaded at the end?
No. Coroner says a sap leaves a deeper impression at one end of the wound. These were flat, hard blows, about 6 inches wide. And he says they left 4 significant impressions.
Knuckles.
Yeah, but that kind of force against a skull.
Brass knuckles.
That's right. And the leather could be a glove, right?
Maybe. Any other connection between those 3 dead guys?
No, nothing. Different backgrounds, drunk records in every city you can think of. We can't even prove they knew each other. So what about you? Where are you going to be staying tonight?
Well, you said that they were all found outside, didn't you? Alley, pier, under the freeway?
Yeah?
Well, that's where I'm going to be. Outside, under that blue sky. I'll see you.
Well, good luck.
Hey, there's nothing there, son. How long have you had them? Believe me, son, when I tell you there's nothing there. There's no spiders, no mice, no nothing. When was the last time you had a drink?
I've been in jail for 3 days.
Dried out happens, huh? Cold sober and you're seeing everything that walks and crawls. What's your name, boy?
Paul Thomas.
Paul Thomas. Here. Get some of this hot coffee down you, son. Good for you. Come on. Come on, take some more. Here's a sandwich. Hey, now wait!
Don't, Jake!
Okay.
Don't get up.
Jake, he was just gonna give me a cup of coffee.
Get the kid a bottle. Get him straightened out and we'll sneak him into Vera's tonight. What do you have planned for the kid?
Nothing. Coffee sandwich, maybe.
You're not from around here. Where you from, champ?
Stockton. Just blew in this morning.
Okay, Stockton. You get back there tomorrow. If I catch you near here near that kid, they'll nail back what's left of you for 6 bits. Got that, champ?
Are you sure it's the right guy?
It's gotta be. Had his last fight 8 years ago. State contender for light heavy title in 57.
That's him. Big Jake Wilson. Doesn't look like much now. But he can sure unload a punch like a sledgehammer.
I ran a print check. Ex-Navy, no family.
How did he hit bottom?
Put a bartender through a plate glass window. Wasn't the first time he worked somebody over. Boxing commission pulled his license.
What about lately?
Well, he's got a file about a foot wide. Been out of jail, in and out of jail, every year in the tank. Except for the last 2. Only a couple of busts in the last 30 months. He's got a plain drunk and a D&D. He laid this guy out in an alley. Arresting officers had already booked him when the guy came to in the hospital, said he didn't want to press charges.
Or his luck, maybe.
He could kill somebody with his fist, no doubt about it.
You can say that again. What about motive?
I don't know. He just likes to use his hands, I guess.
Yeah. Say, what about this Vera's place he mentioned?
It's one of those independently run missions. It's owned by a lady named Vera Kingsley. Former alcoholic, just trying to help.
She live there?
No. No, she lives in L.A. She's got a mission there. She's also got one in San Pedro. Independent, no religious affiliation, clean rooms, hot meals, $1 a day. She pays the difference.
It must be a packed house.
It's not, no. It's too tough. You either got to be on the wagon or make it an effort. Backsliders get kicked out.
Now, wait a minute. This Wilson guy, he's still hanging in there.
I know. Last 2 times he got booked, he gave that as his address. I figure that must be what's helping his record.
You know, it doesn't make sense, you know that?
What?
A guy like that fighting to stay off the sauce, going around hammering heads?
Maybe that's what happens when he starts boozing.
No, he wasn't lit last night.
He sure laid into you.
Yeah.
Could have left you like those other 3 juicers.
Other 3 juicers?
What?
You said $1 a day?
Yeah?
Well, if Wilson's rooming there, that's where I'm gonna be.
Come on.
Come on now. A fancy dresser like you can afford a little more for a guy who's really down on his luck. You know. Huh? Come on, give me a little...
Easy, easy. $2.
$2?
For 2 days, if you can last that long.
Thanks for all the support,
Get
buddy.
out of here, you bum.
Bum? He's... Bum, he calls me a bum. Excuse me.
Hey, you looking for someone?
I'm looking for a room. Who do I see?
You'd have to see Mr. Gates.
Mr. Gates?
Yes?
Mr. Gates?
That's right.
I heard a man can get some help around here.
You heard wrong. A man helps himself around here.
I see.
No, you don't. No one who ever walked through that door like you did ever left all of his problems behind. Neither will you.
I'd like to try.
A lot of men have tried. Only 1 out of 50 have lasted a week.
Well, odds like that, a fellow has a lot of friends if he blows it, doesn't he? You do have a room.
Yes, and a job to go with it. Something to remember. A man rolls up his sleeves and pitches in. He may make a lot of friends who have been fighting the same fight that he's been fighting, who are willing to give him a helping hand.
Well, now, you know, that's a big step up from where I've been.
Maybe it's the biggest step you'll ever make. Idea is not to fall off.
I don't intend to.
The name is Wilson. Jake Wilson. What's yours?
Smith, Mike Smith.
Mike Smith. A lot of your relatives been here before you.
Jake, names don't matter here. Just results. Well, let's get you situated. All the meals are held in here. Hours are posted. The guests do all the cooking and the cleaning. You'll be told when it's your turn.
Yes, sir.
We have just one rule. No booze.
Yes, sir.
Not in the house, not on your breath.
Yes, sir.
One bit of trouble and you're out.
Yes, sir.
I'll take him up, Harry. I was just going to clean out Charlie's room anyway.
Okay. Just see that he gets a shave, a shower, and a bed. We'll talk about that job later.
Thank you, sir.
Just up there on the first floor. Second door on your left.
I came here for a hot bath and a clean bed. That's all.
And I made you a promise. Mike Smith, huh?
That's right.
Well, you got a lot of guts, Smith. I'll give you that.
What's bugging you, Wilson?
You. You know, wino. Who are you?
Look, Wilson. I don't like to think about what I am any more than you probably do. And I don't like being pushed.
Well, there's one thing I don't like about you, Smith. I don't like the way you answer questions.
Then don't ask the questions.
Jake,
Yeah?
Paul's looking for you downstairs. Says it's kind of important.
I'll see you later, Smith.
Jake telling you about what happened to old Charlie, was he?
Charlie?
Yeah. Charlie Dermott. The fella just checked out of here.
No, what happened?
Oh, well, I guess you could say kind of checked out for good, you know. Turned up in the alley the other morning. Got himself beat to death. I just thought maybe Jake might have been telling you about it. Looked like he was a little edgy, you know.
Oh, you saw that too, huh? I thought it was just me because I'm kind of shaky right now.
No, it was Jake that was shaking. Of course, he got a right to be as close as he was to Charlie and the others.
The others?
Yeah, a fella called Ziggy got himself beat up the same way about a week ago. And then there was a old boy named Guy Lucas. Yeah.
Say, those two fellas, are they buddies of Jake's?
Oh, well, you know Jake knows everybody been around here. Or I guess I should say that everybody knows him.
Yeah.
Used to be a fighter in the ring, you know.
No, I didn't know. Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He was really something, he was. You should have seen him. He moved like a machine. Oh, yeah, he had it. He had it.
He did, huh?
Yes, sir. Could have been champ, too. Except for the old bottle bug. Well, let you get yourself settled in. Anything you need, just holler, huh?
Oh, just 1 second. That guy, Paul, that you said was downstairs. Would that happen to be Paul Thomas?
Yeah. You know him?
Just to talk to. He bunk here?
No. A couple of boys sneaked him in last night. But he couldn't make it. He had to take off. He likes to bed down a little place down near Bay Road, usually.
A loner, huh?
Oh, yeah, yeah. He likes to watch the water, see the boats. But I wouldn't bother him right now, though, if I was you. He looks like he's in a pretty bad way.
Okay. Thanks for telling me.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'll see you for supper.
Yeah, I'll be down there.
Yeah, fine.
Keller?
I gotta be quick, Steve.
Go.
Your Charlie Doe has a last name. D-E-R-M-O-T-T. The other two guys are a Guy Lucas and a Ziggy. Got that?
C-I-G-G-Y?
That's right. I'll try to get the full name. You check out the other two.
Right. Now, what about this guy, Wilson?
I don't know yet. He didn't show up for dinner. I'll try to track him down.
You got any idea where?
Yeah, maybe. I gotta go. I'll keep in touch.
Mike.
Who's that? Jake? I don't need any company tonight, Jake. I'm doing fine.
Hey, hold it! Paul! Hey.
Mild concussion, will be okay.
Find out who paid his fine and who swung him out of that tank.
Cash in an envelope delivered by messenger. Look what I found in his wallet.
That's Paul Thomas.
Last name's Cullen. Older guy's his father. Used to own half the boaty yards along the coast a couple of years ago.
Owned? Past tense?
Died 2 months ago.
So the fourth victim was supposed to be a silver spoon type. Down to drinking cheap wine and sleeping on cement. Did you talk to him?
Doesn't remember anything, didn't see anything. Called Mrs. Kingsley down to the San Pedro place. She says he showed up about a month ago. Said he was in Mexico for about a year.
Somebody pays his fine, puts him back out on the street so that he can have his head ripped off.
You know what I think?
Yeah. The other 3 killings to cover up one.
Right.
You keep him in the hospital, private room, man at that door. Find out all you can about his family and friends. Yeah. I'm going to try to run down Wilson.
Right. I like your tailor.
Yeah, thanks for the quarter.
Let's put a clause in it regarding divers going into night work. And make certain they understand the contract includes no channel work. What? What does he want? All right, let him come up.
Yes, Mr. Richardson. Thank you. Would you like to go up, Inspector?
Thank you. Well, the face looks familiar. Guess I should know the name.
You might. Oh, I wouldn't. But I think he was a very well-known boxer.
Is he a friend of Mr. Richardson's?
Mr. Richardson has interest in several fighters. It's been a special interest of his over the years.
Come in.
Hello.
Inspector?
Keller.
My secretary said it was about traffic violations. Tickets Paul Jr. has been ignoring.
Yeah, ever since we tied our computer into the traffic bureau, a lot of trouble.
Why don't you send the company the bills? Let us pay the fines.
Well, see, the problem is, Mr. Richardson, some of the tickets go back 3 years. So I'm afraid that Paul Jr. is going to have to see the judge personally.
Well, you're going to have a problem there. Junior left home about 3 years ago, and we haven't heard from him since.
I'll tell you one thing, I sure wish my office had this view.
The staff finds it pleasant.
You live aboard?
This time of year. We have crews working around the clock, so I keep myself on call here.
3 years? You said nobody's seen him for 3 years?
A bit more, in fact. It was right out here on the pier he had the final argument with his father. The old man was tired of his playboy antics. Told him he'd see his next dime when he put in a day's work.
Well, has anybody tried to get in touch with him either through the police or private agencies?
If he wants to waste his life, let him. I was dirtying my hands on Cullen barges while Junior was tooling around $10,000 sports cars. While he's drinking himself to death on tequila, I'm up here. I've got a short fuse when it comes to anybody not holding up his end.
That's all right. Do you think he's been in Mexico for a while, huh?
Mexico?
I'm sorry, you said tequila. I thought...
No, that's just an expression. Don't misunderstand. I'm not angry with Paul personally. It's all the Pauls. The clean fingernail kids with everything handed to them.
Well, do you think he's been in touch with his family?
It's not likely. He only has a sister. And if you think blood is thicker than water...
Listen, Junior is out of my life, and Roy Richardson was never in it. And if he doesn't know that, you can just tell him. And you can also tell him that his big pronouncements really tick me off.
Look, Kathy, why don't we just
And don't give me any of your Chicky Babe routine, Terry. I mean, you can just save that for... Hello?
Hi. Are you Kathy Cullen?
Yes. Well, you want to come aboard? You're a bit early.
No, I was expecting. Hello.
Well, you've read the survey and you've seen the specs. Her overall length is 34.9. It's a fine Headley engine, lead keel, and a stainless tank with a cruising range of about...
Excuse me, I think you made a mistake.
Listen, just let me get it all out front, okay? Now, the price is firm within 2,000 or 3,000. No lowball offers. And if that doesn't completely blow the deal, I'll show you below.
My name's Keller, Inspector Keller, SFPD.
Well, you're certainly not alive. When are you?
Unless you accept a trade-in for a '65 Porsche. Of course, I could throw in 3 rooms of fake Danish furniture. I got a TV. Only gets color in one station.
No baseball cards or trading stamps.
Well, I was saving that for the clincher. But I guess I won't buy it, so I better stay with the questions I brought.
Like?
Traffic violations for your brother. We ran our computer through the traffic bureau and...
No, traffic rap brings a big guy with a very solemn expression and lots of stripes on his uniform. Not Ivy League, and handsome. Had that house call myself, Inspector. What's happened to Junior?
You were hoping you could tell us? All we know is he's missing.
Giant loss.
Sounds like you're not too close.
No, been no letters, no phone calls, no get-well notes, messages in bottles. I mean, 0 communication. But then that's just like when I saw him every day.
Well, why do you think he just dropped out? I mean, he had everything. Position, money. Why'd he just chuck it?
Because Junior's a schlep. No, I mean, well, the old man, you know, was a bulldozer. Real alley fighter. But Dad just scared Paul to death. The more he pounded him into that square hole, the more he retreated.
So he went into the bottle, not business.
Yeah. Too bad, too. And he could really have run this yard. Not the way old Blood and Guts did. And not the way I could. But in his own low key, he could have hacked it. You see, I sat with Dad those last months while Junior was staring through his bottle bottoms. I did the whole scene, from the book reading to the bedpans. And you know the last words that my father said to me? Where's Paul? Where's my son? And he left him the whole Megillah.
Well, it looks like he didn't exactly leave you out in the cold.
Oh, no. No, I wasn't. I got treated just like Tinkerbell. Do you know Tinkerbell?
Yes.
It's a girl. So we protect her. We set up a trust fund so that she doesn't blow the whole wad on permanents and pantyhose. And that's why I have to get rid of Celeste. Because of that lousy trust fund.
And this Roy Richardson, he's the head of the company right now?
Yeah, another schlep. I mean, he was just on the scene. He was available. So Dad put him in the slot hoping Paul would come back. And now he thinks he's in for good.
But we know better, right?
You can bet your badge.
Tinkerbell's revenge, right?
Something like that. You have to get back to punching doorbells right away?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. To keep in touch. I mean, I might want to talk about your 65 Porsche.
I might like to talk to you about it.
Okay.
Yes, Doctor. Yes. I'll see to it.
Excuse me, Paul Thomas. What room is he in?
At the end of the... I'm sorry, sir. There's no admittance to Mr. Thomas's room. Yes?
She had the motive, all right. All she needed was somebody to do the rough stuff.
Remember that guy I told you was on the boat with her?
Yeah.
Talked to the dock master. Turns out he had a couple of pro fights. Name's Terry Benner.
Big guy?
Yeah, 210. He had the motive and means. Just like Richardson and Wilson.
Yeah, Big Jake. So now we're in a scramble for control of the company, eh?
The key seems to be Cullen.
But the wild card is Jake Wilson. We don't know whether he's with us or against us.
Hi, kid.
I couldn't have been away from the room for more than a minute. 2 at the most, Lieutenant. The nurse called for help. I ran down, ripped the tape off the guy's mouth, and burned it back up here as soon as he described who it was put him away.
Anybody else see him?
Yeah, a couple of interns. They gave the same description. It was Wilson, all right.
Okay.
Sorry, Lieutenant. I really feel like a dunce.
How could you know? Listen, get on the box, put on an APB on both of them.
Right away.
You know, for a guy who's had his bell rung as many times as this Wilson, he thinks pretty good.
Well, if we're on the right track, buddy boy, he's not the head work. He's the muscle.
about this. Same place. Might not be such a good idea coming back here, maybe,
Don't worry about it, Jake. There's two of us. That guy's never going after two people at the same time.
I know, but what I mean is you play the
Yeah,
percentage.
I'll get my stash. We'll share it.
No, Paul. No, I gotta stay dry.
Yeah, I gotta put out the fire. I couldn't have stayed in that room another 10 minutes. It was great to see your big, ugly face.
You didn't see who it was that hit you?
No, like I told you. First I thought it was you. But I was pretty bummed. I couldn't see you too well. It's gone, Jake. Somebody's been here and they ripped off my stash. I can't afford to go dry, Jake. I need it. I can't stand going through that again.
Take it easy, kid. I'll get you some.
Will you, Jake?
Yeah, sure,
Can you give me a bottle?
sure.
Great.
And I know a place to go, too, eh? Come on now, we'll go there.
No, Jake. Just get me a bottle, okay? That'd be great. But I don't want to do any more running. I mean, like those fancy dances. Run around the ring trying to stay away from you. I mean, how much farther can you run in this?
You ain't scared here, huh? Hey?
No, the only thing that scares me is that it's coming on fast. Unless I get something to drown it.
All right. I'll be right back.
Yeah, hurry up.
Inspectors 8-1 to headquarters.
10-4, 8-1, go ahead.
What about the APB on a Jake Wilson and Paul Thomas, a.k.a. Paul Cullen?
Negative, 8-1. We'll keep you posted.
10-4.
I was thinking, if Wilson's got Paul and he's our man, he wouldn't take him back to the same place, would he?
Well, I'd hate not to go and then go back later and find him in a heap. Behind that red car. Jake.
Paulie's after Paulie.
Who?
I don't know. I never seen him before.
Steve, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just twisted my knee. Now look at his face, though. There's a guy on the boat with Kathy Cullen, Benner.
So it was him and his sister, huh?
Yeah. Who's he working over?
Wilson.
How is he?
Not too good. He told the kid to make a run for it while he held off a couple of brass knucks. Listen, get an ambulance, will you?
Right.
Jake, an ambulance is on the way. Just hang on, fella.
Cop. I knew there was something about you.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Take it
Where's
easy.
the kid?
He'll be okay. Don't
He's
worry.
a good kid.
Don't talk.
He don't belong down here.
Take it easy. Don't talk much.
All he wanted was somebody to talk to. You know, that's all that anybody wants. Maybe.
Don't talk, Jake. Don't talk now.
You know, just somebody to talk to it.
Take it easy, Jake.
Listen. You tell kid.
Attendants are here. I'll get them down.
Just show them. And then get on that box and see if they picked up that Cullen dame yet. Jake.
Help! Help! Can you guys help me out for just a second? There's a friend of mine in trouble over there. It's really serious. Please, come on, can you help me just for a second?
Was that your buddy?
Charges? What charges?
Murder?
What?
Where's Terry Benner?
Terry Benner? You put me with Terry Benner and you come up with murder?
4 counts. And 1 attempted against your own brother.
That is crazy. Why would I want to kill Paul?
Well, we were talking this afternoon. There was no love lost.
Did I say anything about wanting him dead?
You said a mouthful about revenge.
And Benner was there just before you said it.
Wait a minute. You think Terry did these things?
We can prove it.
Well, then you should be talking to Roy, not to me.
Roy Richardson?
Yes. He sent Terry over here this afternoon to tell me not to talk to anybody about Paul's tickets.
We don't buy it, Miss Cullen.
But it's true. I mean, you can check it out. He's one of Roy's fighters that didn't make it. He works for him. You think that I would want to kill my own brother? And you say that there is no love lost. Well, that is not true. It all got lost somewhere. But he is still my brother.
Benner, if you'd only once do what I ask you to do.
You killed him, didn't you, Roy? And you killed all of them.
Put that down, Paul.
And you had him do it for you, didn't you? You thought nobody'd notice. Nobody'd care. Just one more drunken bum turns up when there's so many of them dying the same way.
Put it down.
No, I'm gonna bury it right in your head. The same way you had him hammering them all to death. Why, Roy? The money? Business? You knew I never wanted it. You knew that.
Your father left it to you anyway. I couldn't chance your crawling out of your bottle someday to claim what I've earned.
Earned? For killing defenseless old men in an alley? Men that never hurt anyone? That just wanted to be alone?
Some people might say I did the city a favor.
The city might have something to say about that. I know I do. All right, get him out of here.
Paul, I'm Inspector Keller. This is Lieutenant Stone.
Well, maybe we can have that cup of coffee now, Paul.
Jake was sure that it was you.
I know, and I was sure it was Jake. We were both wrong.
The big thing now is to prove that Jake wasn't wrong about you.
What does that mean?
Well, they went the distance for you. Must figure you're worth something.
Yeah, but how do you prove something like that?
We try. And we keep the right people in our corners.
San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Harold Gould, Michael Lerner, Heidi Vaughn, Robert Gentry. Special guest star Barbara Baxley. Tonight's episode, The Takers.
Inspector, Lieutenant.
Harry, Steve, Mike. Who are they?
Our roommates, Glenda Elliott, Stephanie Brown. Airline hostess and a nurse.
You finished, Harry?
Yeah, preliminary. Just waiting to get him downtown.
Let me see him first, huh?
Sure.
Harry, you got pictures?
Got them all.
Good.
Hey, look like rim-fired .22s.
Right.
Did you, get the gun?
No, I've got a squad outside checking the grounds, the hedges, and the pool.
How many shots?
5 in the walls, 13 in the people.
18?
18 shots.
Yet all of them were fired from about this spot. Now, they ejected all the shells, and that's what makes me think it's an automatic.
A psycho or somebody who didn't know how to handle a gun.
Well, what do you think? 2 guns? Or this guy actually stopped to reload?
A guy, buddy boy. The .22 is purse-sized. All the misses at this range, try a woman.
Well, the motive wasn't robbery, that's for sure. Look at these rocks.
Say, this stuff real?
No, I think it's those new synthetic things. It's getting hard to tell the difference. Anyway, there's still a few $100 here. These would be gone if the killer wanted the money.
Anything on the killer?
No, it was an in and outer.
Out of his mind. Or hers.
Well, who got the most attention?
Stephanie here. 9 to Glenda's 4.
All in the back?
Yeah, except she's got one in her shoulder.
That would be shot number 1.
Well, you figure her as a target?
Could be. What time you give it, Harry?
Oh, this morning, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Hey, did anybody get a line on this third girl here?
None.
Okay, Harry. Get him downtown. Thanks for waiting.
Okay, Mike.
How'd he get in?
There's no sign of forcible entry.
Either they let him in or the killer had a key.
Well, the door was open. What about the window entry?
Well, not much chance. It's too high. There's no gutter out there, no lattice work. Besides, you can see that window from the pool. Anything going on there, somebody would have seen it.
Prints?
Well, we dusted the place, but they're pretty blurred.
Well, who found the bodies?
Well, the manager, Lou Watkins.
Yeah, I found them. Riley told me that they were in... Rex Riley is one of the tenants. Co-pilot with the same airline as Stephanie. He was worried about her. Knew she was in there and didn't get any answer when he knocked. So I went up with him and opened the door. You guys know the rest.
Was the door locked?
Yeah. I had to use a master.
Now, you know anybody else who might have a key?
Not that I know.
Hey, what about the two girls?
Both of them knew their way around, that's for sure. And they were lookers. I mean, really beautiful.
So how about this one? Did you know her?
Oh, yeah. It's Lynn. Lynn Chase. She roomed with Stephanie for a while. Glenda moved in when Lynn moved out.
Has she been around since?
Not that I know.
What kind of girl was she?
Nice. I liked her. Even her friends were nice, you know. You guys ought to talk to Riley. He know more real good.
Which apartment is he in now?
248.
Stephanie came by the pool. Came in on a night flight, said she was going up to change.
I take it you knew her quite well.
Yes, I knew her.
You said she came by the pool. What time was that?
I don't know, about 9:30 maybe.
And you never left there after that?
No, I never left there after that. I mean, not until I went up after Steph. Ask anybody else out there with me.
You didn't hear anything?
No.
No shots? No screams?
No, we had the radio up full. Had to keep everything jumping.
So you know who this is?
Sure, that's Lynn Chase. She's a stewardess for the airline we work for. Actually, it was Lynn who introduced me to Stephanie. I dated her a couple times, and one night I went up to the apartment, and that was the end of me. End of a lot of guys, I'll tell you. Maybe she was rotten to the core. Who cared?
Well, what was rotten about her?
She was a taker. A real taker.
What's a taker?
Oh, you know, somebody who leads you on and tries to get something out of you? Money, a car, anything. That's it. They just take it, and it's goodbye, Charlie.
So what you're saying is that when you went up to her apartment, Stephanie took you from Lynn?
Matter of speaking, yes.
Stephanie take anyone else from Lynn?
Not after that last guy. Not after Phil Hewitt. Lynn was going to marry him. He's a very together guy. Straight, loaded. They even had the date set.
Is that why Lynn moved out?
You better believe it. She went totally flipper when she found out what was going on.
Is Hewitt still around?
No, I haven't seen him for quite some time.
Did Stephanie ever give you a key to her apartment?
Well, if she had, I wouldn't have gone out after Watkins to let me in, would I?
That could depend.
On what?
On whether or not you had already used the key once today.
Lieutenant, anything else I can do to help you?
Yes, there is. One more thing, Mr. Watkins. Do you own a gun?
Yeah, I do. Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with this, do you?
What caliber?
It's just a target model. You know, something I keep around for kicks.
What caliber?
22.
Oh, Conroy. Mr. Watkins here is going to give you a gun for ballistics to check out. Check out the rest of the building for guns. Take it apart.
Excuse me, I don't think I can get by.
Oh, yeah.
How was Santa Barbara?
It's fine. Fine.
I meant the weather.
Smog-free, balmy sky. Nothing ever changes down there, Edna. It's good climate. Real good.
Well, the radio said that it rained from Big Sur clear down to the Mexican border.
Well, the radio wasn't in Santa Barbara.
Were you?
I called you at 10:30, Edna. Where were you?
Well, was here.
Where are you, Edna?
Oh, the casserole.
$10:30. I let it ring 10 times. You didn't answer, Edna.
You probably dialed the wrong number. I was here.
I hung up. I dialed again. I let it ring 10 more times. Edna, where were you?
My hair. I was washing my hair.
Miss Chase, Lynn Chase?
Yes?
Mike Stone, Lieutenant Stone. Is there anywhere we could talk? I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I don't know. I guess the lounge. What about?
Stephanie Brown.
What's she into now?
She's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm.
Accident?
I'm afraid not. Let's step into the lounge, please.
Can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I mean, someone who'd do something like that would have to be a psychopath, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. It could have been a friend.
A friend?
Mm-hmm. It's possible the killer could have had a key, or that he was, or she was let in by Stephanie.
Which means I'm a suspect.
Mm-hmm. How long did you know them?
I'd only met Glenda once or twice. Steph, I'd known about 3 years. We flew together on the New Orleans run and ended up getting an apartment together. I still can't believe it. I mean, I could have been there, too. I only moved out about 6 weeks ago, you know.
Why?
It was a mistake. To move in, I mean. Down deep, I'm a loner, and Steph, her life was one big happy, we never closed fling.
Personality conflict.
No, not really. Just the weird hours we worked. It was impossible. I was dead tired all the time, and, well, I went out, found a nice, quiet apartment, and moved. It wasn't Steph. She was super. A super wonderful person.
Rex Riley mean anything to you?
No, not much. He's one of our co-pilots. I dated him. I think he had a crush on Steph. I don't know.
What about Phil Hewitt?
What does he have to do with it?
Well, his name was brought up. Were you engaged to him?
Not officially. You know how it is these days. Stay with a guy more than a week, you're engaged.
Where is he now?
I don't know. Last I heard, he was in the Caribbean someplace, I think.
Miss Chase, do you own a gun?
A gun? No.
Do you still have that key to the apartment?
As a matter of fact, no. I returned it before I left.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Is that when it happened? I was on duty at 10 this morning. West Central Flight 302. You can check it out.
We will.
Glenda Elliott. Let me put it this way, Mr. Keller. The first thing a girl like that does when she hits the hall is get a roster of the doctors. And she goes down it one by one in alphabetical order. When she comes to the interns, she moves on.
Well, what's wrong with the interns?
They're poor, Mr. Keller. They are the church mice of medicine. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yes, ma'am.
All indications are that the two young women were shot down in cold blood. Informed sources in the police department have stated there seems to be no apparent motive for the crime and no arrests have been made. As for Bay Area weather, rain is expected by Tuesday and should last through the night.
Anything on the news?
Well, it looks like we'll have rain by Tuesday.
That Stanton Street, isn't that in your district?
Yes, it is.
It's where they found the two girls. I heard it on the news. Do you know the building?
It's one of the new ones.
Have you ever been in it?
Well, Edna, I go in every building. The new ones get higher and higher. More and more people. Fewer and fewer sales. Look, sweetheart, I have to go now. I'll see you later.
You're not going out again today.
Yes, there's a client I can see. Make something today. Edna, I hate this job. Lord, how I hate it. You'll never know, dear. You'll never know.
All right, wait a minute. No, that does it. Arthur, please, let's go home. Let's just go back to Indiana.
Edna,
No, please, I mean it. We don't have to stay here. We can start all over again. I could go back to work.
Honey, you've made enough
Oh,
sacrifices.
for heaven's sakes. Nonsense. Since when has working been a sacrifice? Darling, you know, you could get your old job back at the post office. Remember how they all liked you so much, and you liked them, and we had fun. I was the one who wanted to come to California. Well, I was wrong. So, please, Arthur, please, let's go now.
What about the things, our furniture?
The heck with the furniture. We could just send it. You know, if we really wanted to, we could go right now. You know, we could go tonight.
Edna, let me think about it.
No. No.
I'll see you in a little while. I've got to go.
Arthur.
A little later.
Arthur.
Let me think it over.
No. No.
Yeah, Flight 302. Lynn Chase. Are you sure? Well, what time did that flight leave? Yeah, I see. All right, thanks.
No gun registration for Lynn Chase nationwide.
I could have saved you the trouble. She left the airport at 7:20, that would have placed her somewhere over the Rockies when those shots were fired. And I thought I had the motive.
Phil Hewitt. Now, wait a minute. That's the guy Riley said she was hung up on, right?
Mm-hmm. Read on.
Owner of 8 resort hotels in the Caribbean. Married yesterday in San Juan. So you thought when she read that in the newspaper, she pulled out her .22?
Well, she had to feel that she'd have been there if it hadn't been for Stephanie. Come on. I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
CGM's checking out the other tenants in the building, see if anything was seen or heard. Nothing yet. 3 guns, none of them .22s. Oh, yeah, Watkins' gun checked out negative.
Well, that only leaves Riley then, huh?
Yeah. And my feeling is Mikey's telling the truth. You know, at least about those girls being takers.
Yeah.
What?
I don't have any change.
Oh, I think I'm just about to be taken.
Oh, come on, come on. Too strong.
Anyway, about those girls, according to the bank, Stephanie ran $22,000 through her account last year. Glenda topped that with 26. And Glenda had 4 moving violations in 3 different cars. A Mercedes, T-Bird, and a Porsche. Registered to 3 different men.
3 for 4, not bad. Did you get the names?
DMV's checking it out right now. Stephanie was 2 for 2. She ran a red light and rolled a boulevard stop. A Ferrari and a Continental. You think one of those guys got tired of being taken?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody would spray slugs all over just because they were taken for $100. Or somebody borrowed their car for 3 days without telling them. No, I don't think so. Now, you take the nurse. She was playing the doctors, right?
Right.
Well, they know. They chalk it up to experience.
But what if they didn't?
They wouldn't use a gun. They got pills, needles. Yeah, Stone. Yeah, we'll be right over. Another nurse, another small caliber weapon.
Where?
Apartment on Telegraph Hill. Killer ran, our boys had him cornered in Coit Tower.
How good is it?
Good enough. That's a pea shooter he's got up there. Nothing like a 30-06.
Yeah, unless he gets you between the eyes. Get back in.
Mike.
We want him alive, don't we? Come on. Now listen. Sit as far in the middle as you can. One swing around that statue, and then slam on your brakes when you get to that front door. Right?
Right.
Is that a deal? Let's go. Freeze! Put it down. Get around here.
Yes, I know my rights. And no, I don't want any attorney. Okay, so I shot her. What does that have to do with you? She didn't lie to you. She lied to me.
So you killed her.
If I had enough ammo, I would have been up here forever. Forever!
Forever is just about where you're headed for, son.
No way, baby, no way. 2 years in a head farm, eating public chow, and I'm back in circulation. You watch.
What about those 2 girls you shot this morning? How are you going to get out of that?
What?
What? 1410 Stanton Street, a nurse and a roommate. Shot with a .22 caliber automatic.
Yep. No.
Oh, yes, yes.
10 o'clock this morning. Where were you, huh?
In Sequoia. I went up there with Stella.
Stella Davis, the girl he shot.
You can prove that.
Yeah. Campsite 14.
When did you get back to town?
About 2 hours ago, I swear. I dumped Stella off. She had a shift at the hospital. I said goodbye, and I left. But I forgot my bread. It was in her purse. So I went back and walked in on him.
On who?
I walked in on him, and she was already with an intern. Already. Oh.
Yeah, that's right. Tim Duran, 5'9", dark brown hair, 25 years old. Campsite 14. You do? Uh-huh. Okay. And your name is Ranger Kelly? Right, Brad Kelly. All right, sir, you've been a very big help. Thank you. Goodbye. He was there. He even picked up a citation for an illegal campfire. 8:45 this morning. What now?
A woman. There's got to be a woman around somewhere with a .22 automatic in her purse.
You and your women. Stone's office. Norm, how you doing? Wait a second. Sejan's got something. Yeah, 9:45 this morning, right? Uh-huh. 30s, dishwater, blonde hair. Flat shoes. And a brown print dress.
Brown print dress?
That's right. One of the new tenants saw her? Uh-huh. Nancy Evers.
My first day in this pad, and 2 of my next-door neighbors bite the dust. Terrific, Lou.
Just a couple more minutes, ma'am.
Look, Sergeant, I've told you. You tell them, okay? It was 9:30, 9:45, and this lady was sort of standing outside of that apartment.
All right, Miss Evans.
A
All
very average-looking lady, 38 maybe, flat shoes. She had on a brown print dress and mousy blonde hair.
Mike?
Yeah?
You remember him?
Yeah, he's the guy that had us blocked this morning.
Did you see the logo on the bag?
No.
Jules by Jacques. Remember the synthetics up in the room? Maybe.
Check him out. Maybe the manager will let you use the phone.
Right.
Well, Norm, what have you got?
What kept you? Lieutenant, this is Nancy Evers. She's the tenant that saw the lady in the brown dress.
How do you do?
I'll be inside.
Thank you for waiting.
Okay, you want to hear about the plain lady standing outside of those kids' apartment, right?
I'd like that, right.
Yes, that's right. I think it'd be your Stanion Street district. Would you have a sales record for either a Glenda Elliott or a Stephanie Brown? Yeah, I can wait. Could you close that door, please? Thank you. You know that salesman who was going out as we came in?
Yeah.
How long was he here?
Today?
Yeah.
I don't know. I noticed him when Miss Evers was telling us about that lady she saw.
Yeah. Nothing, huh? All right, may I have the name of the salesman for that district, please? L-A-V-E-R-Y, Lavery. His first name?
Arthur.
May I have his home address, please? Yeah, I can wait. How'd you know that?
Well, how many little guys named Lavery could there be?
Go on.
I didn't even know him. I just remember Stephanie and Glenda laughing at him. How they used to put him on, get him all worked up. Then talking about how they'd sure love to have that jewelry if they could just work it out some way. Must have found a way.
Yeah. Yes. 721 Logan. Thank you very much.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad we're going. I'm so glad. So glad.
Edna, what's done is done. Honey, I don't care. I still love you. Listen, I was at the apartment building today. I know what happened now. I know that you were there. Listen, sweetheart, stay in the house. Don't answer the door no matter what. Don't answer the door. Now, look, take 10 minutes, then get a cab and come to the airport.
Arthur!
Edna, do it! Do it!
So now I think he lives alone.
Or with a lady wearing flat shoes and a brown print dress.
All right. We're gonna lose him.
And if you don't, he'll kill somebody else. 8-1 to headquarters. We're pursuing a blue Ford sedan.
Hang on. Lavery?
Yes. Where's Arthur?
He's still in surgery. Thanks, Arthur.
Mrs. Lavery, your husband has internal injuries. His legs are broken. He's fighting for his life.
Where?
No,
Where?
I tell you what.
No, what?
Why don't we have a cup of coffee?
No,
I think it would be better. There's nothing you can do, so let's go in here and have a cup of coffee. Mrs. Lavery. Mrs. Lavery? Someone said they saw you in an apartment building.
Yes. Yes, I know that. That wasn't Arthur's fault. You don't know what it means to be Arthur. You get up early in the morning and lug that big, heavy case and knock on door after door after door. Eat alone, some newspaper, and try to make some kind of quota. And then coming home exhausted and humiliated. Would you like to live like that?
Can't say I would.
Anyway, it isn't hard to figure out what happened. I mean, what Arthur's reaction would be when he knocked on that door and those two girls answered it. They would have invited him in and even maybe given him a cup of coffee. He would have probably given them every sample he had left in the case.
Had he been there before?
Of course, I'm sure of that. But listen, nothing happened. If that's what you're thinking. Those two girls were probably just, oh, you know, playing with him like, a couple of cats with a mouse.
How did you know he was seeing them?
I noticed that a lot of his good samples were gone, so I asked him about them, and it was the first time in my life I have ever seen Arthur look guilty. I mean, about anything. So he said somebody took them out of his case when he had left it in the car for a few minutes, but of course I knew that wasn't true. And then I found out about the flowers.
Flowers? What flowers?
Arthur really splurged. He bought them flowers. $15 worth. But he, poor darling, he put them on our charge card, so I found out the address. And then I had the key, so...
You had the key? How did you get it?
Well, I've got the key. Right here. That's it. Yes, I got that out of Arthur's coat pocket. I decided I would just go there. I was going to see to it that they left Arthur alone. For good.
Did you kill them?
No. What? I didn't kill them. They were already dead. The door was ajar, and I just shoved it open, and there they were. It was awful. I had to turn and run.
Do you know what you're saying? You're saying that your husband killed.
No.
It just doesn't make sense. Exhibit A at her own trial, and she hands it right over to us.
With a story that says her husband did it.
That doesn't add up either.
He ran.
I know he ran. Let's just take a good look at the Lavery's, buddy boy. Two little people leading quiet little lives. He spends his days lugging that case around, going door to door, and she spends hers sitting at home waiting for him.
What do they have, right?
Exactly.
Just each other.
Yeah. Why would she want to lay the blame on him?
Maybe she was jealous. Hell hath no fury.
Oh, come on. I didn't see any fury in her eyes. What I saw was love, hurt, and a lot of concern for a little guy fighting for his life. You know what I think?
What?
I think that she's telling us exactly what she thinks happened. Her husband met these two girls. They turned him on. He couldn't handle it, and he took the wrong way out.
You know, that still doesn't square with your woman theory.
Well, it doesn't square with Lavery either. You put him under the glass a minute.
All right. Door to door, like you said, right? He's just trying to make it. He opens one door to some very, very heavy action. Two lovely ladies give him a key which says open day or night.
And if he sees the key is missing, what does he figure?
His wife found it.
And if he found the girls dead?
That she probably killed them. So they both think the other one's guilty and they try to protect each other.
Like you said before. What else do they have?
Right. I don't know, Mike. I don't know. All I know for sure is that Lavery had a key and either one of them could have opened the door.
Nothing. Here.
Same number.
It's the wrong key. Mike. 223.
Yeah, stay. 223.
Doesn't fit.
Be my guest.
Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. Maybe it does fit the MO on those two girls. Listen. Riley said they were takers, right? All right, how do you take someone like Arthur Lavery? You put this key in his hand, and you put a hole right through that man's mind.
And they knew it.
Sure they knew it. They created images in his head. They got him going. Then they gave him this.
They knew he'd never use it.
Does it make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. Fits the two girls and it fits the Laverys.
Terrific. Takes us right back to zero.
No. Takes us right back to the one person who had a real motive. Could have had a key to that lock.
Okay, Lynn Chase. Here we are. SFO to Denver, flight 302. Departed 7:20, arrived Denver 9:02, then Denver to Chicago and back. How about that?
Terrific.
Did you say Lynn Chase was on that airplane?
Yeah. Lynn Chase.
ETA,
Estimated time of arrival.
estimated time of arrival, ETA
2:55.
2:55.
It fits. She could have been back when you saw her.
I know it fits. Anybody can see that it fits. Young man, is it possible, do the stewardesses sometimes switch, you know, you take my flight, I'll take yours?
That's against the rules.
That's not what he asked.
It happened.
So then this is not absolute proof that one of your crew members is on a given flight at a given time?
No.
Right.
What gets into San Francisco around the same time, around 3 o'clock?
Okay. How about flight 86 returns from San Diego 2:55 via L.A.?
What time did it leave?
11. That's half-day duty, though. Is that going to help you?
It could help. What time did that first flight return from Chicago, Denver to San Francisco?
Chicago to SFO, 3:22. Storm front and headwinds.
3:22?
3:22.
3:20. That's it. She's lying. The flight that she was supposed to arrive on landed 20 minutes after I talked to her. Now, if she wasn't on that flight to Chicago, then she could have been in that apartment at 9:30. Is Lynn Chase on duty now?
Yes, she's on the evening flight to Seattle, departing gate 31.
Get on the PA and stop her.
Would West Central Airways stewardess Lynn Chase report to operations, please? Lynn Chase, report to West Central Airways operations.
Flight 19, now arriving gate 2 from Chicago.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Lynn. Hey, Lynn! Lynn! Wait a minute, Lynn!
What happened? Stewardess tripped the detector. I don't know what with, but...
Mike, she's down below.
Be careful. Get those people away from there.
Right.
Now, you have a right to remain silent. You have a...
What's the difference? You have the gun.
Was it really worth it? 18 shots?
I didn't know Glenda was there. She came in, saw me.
After you'd hit Stephanie?
Yes.
Because of Phil Hewitt?
He loved me. It was the beginning of my life. She took him. She didn't want him. She didn't care about him. She took him and my life. So I took hers.
I'm certainly glad the little guy's gonna make it.
Yeah. It's gonna take him a while to pay that company back for those synthetics.
Especially with the salary he's gonna get from the post office, you know? I can understand why he'd want to quit sales, though. Driving all over town, knocking on doors, lousy hours, taking lip from people who don't want to be bothered.
Sounds very familiar.
I thought you'd see it.
Wait a minute. Why don't you drive? We'll break up the monotony.
Good idea.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Nicholas Colasanto, Victor French, Anthony Caruso, Harry Rhodes. Tonight's episode, Death Watch.
Sure it's the voltage regulator.
Yeah, I checked all the wiring. The lights are all out. Pumps, horn, the whole system's out. Hey, Lou, you remember the last time we lost the regulator?
Yeah. 47, wasn't it?
No. The winter of 48.
Yeah. I'll never forget it. The sea was running so heavy we had to fish uphill.
Yeah, we lost 300 feet of line on both outriggers.
Yeah, remember that crummy company took it out of our paychecks at retail? Yeah, it was a lousy company boat anyway.
I know, Lou. Well, listen, look at the good side of it, right? At least we own this one.
Joe, look, dead ahead! No running lights, idiots!
What are you doing?
It's immigration!
This fisherman, put that thing down.
Reg. You really got a good look.
The friendship. Bosley and Peturo.
Well, what are we gonna do about it?
We'll figure out something.
All right, andale.
Andale. Come on, pronto.
Come on, andale.
Andale. Andale.
Yeah. What is it?
Take a look.
So we cock 'em.
That was Reggie Norris out there with those guys. How did they come off taking a shot at us?
Oh, come on, Joe. They froze up, that's all. They weren't trying to kill anybody. Let it lay. Come on, let's hose down.
What right they got shooting at us, running aliens? What right?
Joe, we talked about it and we agreed, right? Now, there's not much damage to the boat and nobody was hurt. Forget it. I tell you what. Why don't you take a walk over to Paco's with that crummy voltage regulator and get one that won't get us into any trouble? Come on.
Okay.
And Joe.
Yeah.
Don't let him sell you a new one. Get a rebuild.
Okay.
You lost your lights. You know, you guys ought to carry a double system. That way you lose your voltage regulator, your batteries, you switch over to a backup set. See, that way you don't get in no trouble.
Me and Joe ain't in no trouble. We don't want to know anything about yours.
Yeah, but you do, you know. So where is Joe? He, making a phone call, maybe?
Buying a voltage regulator.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's calling immigration.
Get off this boat.
Oh, we'll wait around for Joe to come back. You don't come back with a regulator, we know where we stand, right?
Get off this boat. You two guys want to run aliens, that's your business. Me and Joe don't want to know anything about it. And we don't want you around here, so get off this boat.
Put the gaff down, Lou.
Get off this boat!
Yeah, the boots. His boots took him down. All right, let's get out of here. Too late, pal. Now, there's no reason for both of you to feed the fishies. All right?
Well, the bullet didn't kill him. I guess the impact broke his shoulder and knocked him into the bay.
And his boots filled with water. Once he was in, he may as well have been wearing some men's shoes.
He hadn't been on the water more than a few hours. I suppose I can't rush the report through. You have a name?
Yeah, Louis Roselli. It's a positive ID from his partner, Peturo. Joe Peturo.
Louis Roselli.
Is he the one who called in about the shots?
Says he didn't.
When was the last time you saw your partner, Mr. Petrillo?
Last night. We got in about 11, 11:30. We were late getting in, and Lou said he'd wash down, and I went home.
Is that how it usually goes? You take turns washing down?
No, I just didn't feel good, and I went home.
Well, how long were you and Mr. Roselli partners?
27 years this coming April.
The fishing fleet goes out early and comes in early. What kept you out so late?
The electrical system went out. We lost our voltage regulator, and all our batteries went dead.
Do you carry a gun aboard?
What are you talking about? What gun? We don't need no gun aboard. Now, wait a minute. Listen, what are you saying? That I shot Lou or something?
You're way out of line, mister. It's my father's best friend. If he had been there, Dad wouldn't be dead.
Now, wait a minute. I'm Lieutenant Stone. This is Inspector Keller. Are you his son?
This is Lou's boy, Angelo. Angie, I don't know what to say. I know how you feel, but...
He's your best friend for over 30 years. We'll both miss him. Mama knows. Someone from the fuel dock called the house. Joe, she needs you.
Angie, I can't come by now. The lieutenant and the inspector, they got questions to ask, and I got to stick around. I just got to stick around. I'll come by later, okay?
Go ahead. We'll talk later.
Joe, come on.
That's the part people don't think about, buddy boy. The survivors, the widows, the children. We've got work to do. Let's check it out.
Mike? Look at this.
Yeah, the voltage regulator's been pulled. That part of the story checks.
Well, this is the one I'm worried about. Look at this. 2 brushes, and even with the rain, there's a heavy salt residue.
2 brushes, 2 men, is that it?
Yes, they didn't have time to wash down.
Could be. They came in, and Joe decided he wasn't feeling too good.
So Lou went to get the voltage regulator repaired instead. Comes back. What?
And could be that he broke this gaff hook over somebody. Somebody with a gun.
I'll get the lab for prints and pictures.
Come on, I want to show you something.
Right. Well, that didn't come from the dock, that's for sure.
No, from high. Didn't happen here.
Yeah. So what do you think? Out at sea? Maybe under the bridge.
And when, buddy boy? Last month, last week? Or last night? Hey, when the lab gets here, have them lift this section around the slugs. I want to know the type of weapon, the caliber, and how long that lead has been in that planking.
Right. Maybe that'll tell us something Petrillo didn't.
What, you make him a liar because of those 2 deck brushes instead of 1?
Well, not so much that, but the look I saw in his eyes when he confronted Angela.
Oh, you didn't read any grief in him, huh?
Oh, yeah, I read grief. Also read a lot of guilt.
Is that right?
Oh, come on, you thought the same thing because I saw the look in your eyes when you saw Petrillo.
Bronze. I really don't know. Just a short moment, please. They killed him, Joe. They killed Lou.
I'm here, Ruthie. I'll do all I can.
We both will.
My God, my God. They killed Lou. Do we want want a bronze or what?
What bronze?
We have to make arrangements. I don't know about these things. Please, Joe.
Joe, could you please, for us, talk to the man? You went through it once with Mary.
But I don't know about that insurance stuff. Listen, Ruthie, listen, I want you to know we're still partners, you know, on the boat. I'll run it, and we'll split everything 50-50, okay?
I don't care about that, Joe. We gotta take care of Lou. We gotta... Please, tell him. Tell him bronze with handles, an organist.
Hello? No, sir, I don't know about the insurance. I'm Lou's partner on the boat. Oh, I see. This is Mr. Shaw. Yes, sir, Mr. Shaw. I'm Joe Patero. Yeah, well, I'll try, sure, but we want the best for Lou, you know?
Okay, here's your change. And listen, I'm sorry, gee, I'm sorry about them lures, but I'll have them in for you next week. That's my guarantee. You can come in, you'll be sure to get them. Sorry about the interruption, but, you know, customer's always right.
That's all right.
Tell me, you were saying?
Well, I was just saying that it seemed like Joe and Lou were brothers.
Brothers? You got a brother? You know, I got a brother in Cleveland. I see him maybe once every 5 years. No, they were better than brothers. They were friends. They were real good friends. Hey, wait a minute. Are you thinking that Joe pulled the plug on Lou? Oh, I'm telling you, there's no way.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Lamata. When the fishing boats come in at night...
Afternoon.
Excuse me, afternoon. They unload the fish right away, don't they?
They pull in at the wholesaler's docks offload, yeah.
Now, do they get paid in cash then?
You're thinking that Lou got knocked off for the catch money? Anyhow, Lou and Joe didn't get any fish last night. They come in empty, I heard. Happens.
Yeah.
Hey, you know anything about the fleet? About the fishermen?
Not really, no.
Let me get you another cup of coffee. I'll tell you all about it.
That's all right. Forget about the coffee, okay?
It's on the house. What the heck?
Yeah. As soon as the parts come in, I'll let you know, okay? If you want to hear something bad about Joe Portudo, you're going to have to hear it someplace else.
I'm not trying to rap anybody. I'm just trying to find out if one of them brought in a voltage regulator.
Joe said they did?
Paco, you're the only ship chandlery on the wharf. So, you sell supplies, you pump diesel fuel and gas all day, and at night you work over your bench rebuilding equipment. Now, you tell me, Paco, where would somebody bring a bum voltage regulator?
It's on the bench. Joe brought it in, traded it for a rebuild.
So how you doing?
Pretty good. Paco here was just about to show me the regulator that Joe brought in.
Sure, regulator's a regulator.
Could have been Jimmy. Or shorted.
Burned down. Died a natural death.
Well, what time did he come in last night?
I'll say 11:30.
You remember if he was wearing his boots?
His boots?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had him on. Why?
Just curious.
Well, now, we appreciate it, Paco. Knowing how you feel about cops.
Look, I never said anything about...
Paco, look. Steve and I, we're not rousting you or Joe. We think you're a couple of pretty nice guys. So was Lou Roselli. He was a nice guy. But now he's dead. And we're trying to find out why. We're not working against Joe. We're working for Lou Roselli. Do you understand that?
Sure. Okay.
Let me give you my card. In case you can fit anything else together, you know where to get me.
You bet.
Well, what's with the boots?
Had a cram course about the fishing fleet with a cafe owner. He was telling me most of the guys wear their boots while they're working, and they take them off just before they go home. So I checked the gear locker of the Friendship, and And Joe's boots were there.
Well, if he was wearing them like Paco said, then he must have gone back to the boat.
Could be. I mean, he saw something. You want to ask him? He's right there.
I sure do. But I think I'd like to get a look at my whole card first. Let's find out what ammunition we can get from the lab and the coroner.
Right.
Where's your mother?
She's still at the funeral parlor. I couldn't take any more for a while, so I figured I'd come down here and help you.
Well, don't you think you should be with her?
Yeah, maybe later. What do you say we do, Joe?
Well, you can watch if you want to. I gotta plug a couple of holes there up on the pilot house and do some electrical work.
Joe, you told Mom that you were still partners with Dad.
That's right. We split the catch money right down the middle, same as before. Why?
Well, we talked it over. We can't do it.
Can't do what?
It's charity. I figure I'll drop out of school for a year and come down and work on the boat.
Drop out of school?
Just for a year, Joe.
But that's not what your father wanted for you, Angie. Not a stinking fishing boat with 20 hours a day and sleeping in wet clothes.
It was good enough for Dad.
No, it wasn't good enough for your father, Angie. Your father was better than this. He's better than me. I have no right to even mention his name. If it was me facing them with that gaff hook, we'd still be alive.
Joe, what do you mean? What gaff hook?
Angie, I'm gonna make a promise to you before God. It won't make up for what happened, but I'm gonna try.
Joe, what are you talking about?
Never mind. I know what I gotta do now, and I got a way to do it.
.223 caliber, fired from an automatic weapon. I'd say an AR-15.
AR-15?
An Army automatic rifle.
Mm-hmm. You also wanted us to run the slug for salt deposits?
Yeah.
None. No salt residue in the crater or on the lid.
And it couldn't have been on the boat very long.
Not more than a few hours. I also found some wool fibers in the splintered part of the gaff hook. I haven't identified them yet, though.
So now the coroner gave us the bullet in Lou Roselli as a .32 caliber. That would make it a handgun.
An AR-15 and a handgun. Two different weapons shot at two separate times around the same boat.
Within a few hours.
Yeah. I'd like to know where that boat had been.
The Farallon Islands. It's part of my crash course at the cafe.
Oh, I see.
Salmon run either off the Farallon Islands or near Point Reyes. Now, LaMotta said Lou mentioned a 3-hour trip. That'd be the Farallon Islands, 28 miles offshore.
So the boat got hit somewhere around the islands?
Yeah.
Too far. We found heavy salt residue around the bullet hole, zero residue in the crater. And the boat couldn't have taken on much sea or spray after the bullet hit.
So then the shooting took place somewhere between the island and the wharf?
There was nothing out there between the islands and the city.
You got a lot of water and some boats.
Boats? Boats. Nighttime. They lost their lights. I wonder what could happen out at sea that would get you shot at.
Could be a fishing boat with a foreign flag in territorial waters.
Drug runners.
Yeah. Smuggling. Yeah, let me check with the Narcs and Coast Guard about that one.
I'd try customs, too.
Right.
Immigration, FBI. See if they've had any traffic.
Smuggling. I like that one. That might be it.
I knew you would.
Hey, Joe, how are you? Hey, this is just supposed to be a talk, Joe. What do you want it otherwise?
Yes. I told you you wouldn't go to the cops.
Yeah. And I know keeping Lou's family alive is very important to you. Well, you see, Joe, we're worried about conscience. I mean, that could get in our way. So just in case, like insurance, we're going to include you in.
We're gonna need your boat, Joe. We need you to make a run for us.
I'm not gonna help you. What do you think I am?
Well, I think we both know the answer to that, don't we, Joe? Come on, wise up. You don't want to die. I mean, otherwise, Lou'd still be alive, right? Huh?
Hey, what's up? Steve,
Yeah.
You call Supervisor Delgado from Immigration?
Yeah, did he call back?
He's right there.
Peter.
Hi, Steve.
How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. You got something?
Well, it's kind of iffy, but it may fit. We picked up a girl on a routine sweep. She was working as a domestic on Russian Hill. Her name is Eugenia Rodriguez. Eugenia to you. And she speaks English. When she wants to. She said something to our matron about coming in by boat from Ensenada, and then she clammed up. Now, it could be your fishing boat theory. Transferring from a boat that has to have customs clearance to one that doesn't. Anyway, somebody's dragging down a small fortune exploiting these girls.
Yeah, I've seen the reports. Could I talk to her?
Sure. Hey, let me get a refill, and then I'll give you a thumbnail on her before you start, huh? Now, look, the backstory may not be Eugenia Rodriguez's, but I can guarantee you that it's typical. She gathered together all the money she and her family had, maybe $400 or $500, and somebody took it and got her across the border, or in by boat, if your hunch is correct. Then she was handed over to a fly-by-night domestic service and hired out for some peanut salary, and scared her into kicking back part of that. That's Eugenia Rodriguez.
A pack of cigarettes? Pack of cigarettes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Pronto! Whoa, come on. Hurry up. Está bien. Vámonos. Come on, come on. Move it. Come on, vámonos, vámonos. Come on, come on. Faster, come on, come on. All right, come on, move it. Vámonos, rápido. Come on. All right, get him loaded on the truck. I'll just now we're ready to shove off.
Move it, come on, rapido. Move. Come on, move. Get him in the truck, move.
Come in.
Ready to shove off, Mr. Snyder. There's 8 in the truck, leaves 8 in the loft.
And there's 16 offshore on the Seraph. Red, you're tying up my boat.
I'll be off by tomorrow night, okay?
2 trips in one day?
And 1 trip, 2 boats.
Where'd we get another boat?
The Friendship. Roselli and Paturo's barge.
What?
Everything is going to work out all right. Paturo's scared to death. We've been looking around for another boat, now we got it.
Reg, one word to the police.
Believe me, he's in our pocket. We leaned on him and he folded. You talk about scared, Mr. Snyder. Joe Paturo is the original Yellowtail.
You're not going to do much fishing in that outfit.
I've been to church.
I see you got your voltage regulator back. You left it unlocked. I guess you've got a lot on your mind. Lou getting killed, the boat offshore, the automatic rifle.
What automatic rifle?
Well, I noticed you already caulked up the bullet holes. How did they get there, Joe? What did you see out there? Your lights were gone. You ran into something you weren't supposed to see, isn't that right? So they took a couple of shots at you. Later, the same men got here on the wharf and they killed Lou Roselli. Isn't that just about what happened?
I can't help you, Lieutenant.
Why? Joe. Lou Roselli broke a gaff hook over somebody wearing a black wool sweater. Right here. Right on this deck. The lab chief found some fibers on a broken shaft. You radioed me 10 minutes ago. Black wool, domestic. There was some seawater on it. What did you guys run into out there, Joe? Smugglers? Dope runners? What are you scared of?
I'm not scared of nothing.
I'm a cop, Joe. And I say you're scared. I see it, I sense it, I smell it. I don't know what it is that's got you scared, but why don't you let me help you? I'd like to help you if I can.
We were out there running without lights. We come upon this private boat smack dead in the water. She didn't have any lights on either. They started shooting at us.
For no reason they started shooting at you?
No. They were unloading, offloading.
Offloading what?
Illegals, aliens.
Did you recognize the people? Could you get the name off the boat?
Nothing more I can tell you, Lieutenant.
Okay. Okay, Joe. How about later? Where were you then?
I was up on the wharf.
What did you see?
I saw them kill Lou. They shot him and he drowned, and I hid because I was afraid they'd kill me, too. The man lives to be almost 50 years old, but he never knows what he'll do when he sees death.
Nobody wants to walk into a gun, Joe. So don't blame yourself.
Who else is there?
The men that were here, can you describe them? Give me something to go on, Joe.
I didn't see them.
Joe, don't hold back on me.
Look, Lieutenant, I just told you the worst thing one man can tell another. That I'm a coward and I let my best friend die.
Joe, don't hold back.
There's nothing more I can tell you, Lieutenant.
Here, and here. All on railroad spurs or sidings. Now, that includes maybe 200 separate structures, Steve.
All right, we got a warehouse. It was vacant. And you said that you heard trains?
Very close.
Well, was there any sort of schedule?
Un tiempo regular que pasaron los trenes.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Somebody call for a cop?
Well, I called for one about half an hour ago, but you know they're never around when you need them.
Well, here I am. Hello, Pete.
Hi, Mike. Oh, Lieutenant Stone, Eugenia Rodriguez. Eugenia.
Hello.
Hello, senor.
Oh, Mike. Warehouses. Steve has been talking to Miss Rodriguez, and I think he's got the leak we've been looking for.
Good. How does it read?
I think we got everything but the holding point. Now, Eugenia came up from Ensenada on a privately owned yacht with 20 other women from all over South America. She was transferred during the night to a fishing boat, then brought into the city. She was hired sight unseen by some family in Russian Hill. Has to kick back half of her first 6 months' salary to, what is it, the Bayside Domestic Service?
Yeah. We ran it down. It's run by some guy by the name of Victor Snyder. We never heard of him.
Check him through R&I?
Yeah, we're working on that. But what Pete and I are really concentrating on is this warehouse. It seems to be the holding and dispersal point for the whole outfit.
Makes sense. Joe just told me that what he and Lou Roselli saw were offloading of aliens. Miss Rodriguez, can you describe the men that were on the boats or in the warehouse?
Describe? No.
Well, was one of them wearing a sweater, a black sweater?
Oh, yes. The big one.
Do you know his name?
No me acuerdo. No. We didn't see them very much. We were in the bottom of the big boat.
How long were you in the warehouse?
7 days.
7 days.
Well, where did you sleep?
We slept on the floor. We sat on boxes.
What kind of boxes were they?
Just little boxes. There were many boxes piled against the wall. All the same.
All the same. Have to be like crates.
Crates.
Vegetable, fruit, something.
Oranges,
There was a label on the box, on the end of the box, a label.
Dell'oro. Golden oranges.
Golden oranges.
Many crates.
Lee. Yep. See if you can get the last address of the warehouse for the distributor who handles Dell'oro oranges.
Okay.
Should be down around Kingman. We appreciate it very much.
Bueno, está bien.
Thank you very much.
Adios.
Adios, senor.
Well, she goes back to Mexico now, huh?
Yeah, and without the 400 or 500 she paid to get here. Not a very happy ending, is it?
No. The minute we get a warrant, we're going to hit that warehouse. What are you doing?
A letter from Miss Rodriguez.
Pete, what is it worth to you to have $1 million immigration ring handed to you? Hey, you're a hard act to follow. That break came just in time for Joe. In another day or two, he would have been talking himself into murder or suicide.
Oh, Paco!
What do you say, Joe?
Paco!
What would you take?
About 50 gallons of diesel in each tank. That should do it. And some gas, huh?
For this kid? Sure. What would it be? 1 gallon, 2 gallons?
About 50.
50 gallons of gasoline for a diesel engine boat? Oh, come on, Joe. What's a gag?
It's no gag, Paco. I promised one of those pleasure boat skippers on the islands I'd haul a load out to him. For at save my trip in, you know?
Uh-huh.
Now, the warehouse is at 5303 Kingman Street. Pete here promised us a van from immigration. We'll supply the rest.
I've alerted the department.
Mike?
Yes?
Mike, that warehouse is leased by the same guy that owns the domestic service, Victor Snyder.
Anything from R&I?
Well, he's clean except for a speeding ticket about 2 months ago.
What's the punchline?
The arrest was logged by the harbor police. He was driving a 60-foot yacht at the time.
Good. You going out alone, Joe?
Yeah.
There are many guys around. You ought to take one of them with you.
It's okay. I'll be working close to Norris.
Norris? Oh, Joe, he's nobody to be throwing in with.
It's okay. Here you go, Pac.
Joe, you don't have to. I can put it on your tab.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Pac.
What's with a handshake after all these years? Are you going to the moon or something?
It's nothing, Pac. You're a good friend, and I just think you should tell people every now and then. Okay?
Okay, Joe.
So long, Pac.
So long.
Stakeout. Move in. Pete, 2 men front door. Your name's Snyder? Victor W. Snyder?
It is, and I would like to see counsel.
Oh, sure. You're gonna need it.
Inspector Keller. We just picked up an urgent over the box. The lieutenant is to call a Paco Escobar at the wharf. It's about Joe Portero.
Right, thanks.
Esquivel.
Paco, Mike Stone.
Lieutenant, I didn't know whether to call you or just let it ride. Joe Portero just shook hands with me, sort of like saying goodbye. He bought 50 gallons of gasoline.
Yeah, go on.
The Friendship, his boat. It's a diesel, not gasoline powered. And he said he was going out all by himself. He'd be working near a guy named Reg Norris.
Who's Reg Norris?
Oh, some operator. Works off the wharf, near Joe.
Just a minute, Paco. Do you know a Reg Norris?
I don't have to answer that question.
You just did. Paco, I think we just made the connection. Yeah, where did Joe go?
He went out. First Norris, then Joe. About almost an hour ago.
Well, where is he now?
I have no idea, Lieutenant.
All right, thanks. We'll talk to you later. Now, there's enough gasoline on Joe's boat to turn it into a Roman candle. And I think he's looking for your yacht. Now, how do we radio it? Mr. Snyder, he's going to ram your boat.
So where's Snyder's boat, huh? Look, we're not talking about an immigration rap. This is a homicide, all right? So where is it?
I don't know, honest. Look, I was only out there once at night.
How far?
Oh, hour and a half, maybe. On the way to the Farrellands, I think. There's 16 women on her. I know that.
My Coast Guard's got one of those ACV rescue units.
Let's get on that box. Tell them to hold on. Take them over.
Right this way, sir. Doug Blair. Right this. Take a seat. Get buckled in. As soon as you're ready, we'll get underway. Radar, we all clear for takeoff. Understand we're on a south by southwest of the fair line?
We think so. We'd like to talk to Joe Portero. Is there any way?
We could give it a try. What's the name of the vessel?
The Friendship.
Fishing vessel Friendship. Fishing vessel Friendship. This is Coast Guard 422. Coast Guard 422. Come in, Friendship. Fishing vessel Friendship. Fishing vessel Friendship. This is Coast Guard 422. He's not monitoring.
Right, Frank. Coast Guard 422. The Friendship.
Joe, this is Mike Stone. Listen to me, Joe. Friendship, come in.
Joe! How fast is this thing going?
Fast.
Give me a reading on the craft's position.
Two of the blips are about side by side now.
I mean Norris's boat and the yacht.
How close is the friendship to those two?
About 2 miles.
How far are we from the friendship?
About double that.
Where's Patero?
I'll bring her alongside. You want to talk to him on the bullhorn, Lieutenant?
Bring it in closer! Closer!
Joe! Turn it around! Get off the boat, Joe! Nobody else is supposed to get hurt! Turn it around, Joe! Damn it! There are 16 women on that boat!
Norris, Coast Guard!
Careful, man!
Let's get out of here! Come along, come on!
Get down off the bridge! Arriba, arriba!
$1.65, $1.70.
Right. Have a good day, and don't bring back no anchovies.
No anchovies.
Hey, Joe, you got...
Hey, Lieutenant. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Hello, Inspector. How are you?
Good, good.
What brings you guys out at this hour?
That 89-cent breakfast. Also, we wanted to find out how Enrico's putting up with you.
Yeah, well, he has to, you know. He's big and strong and dumb like Lou and me. Eats like a crew of 6, but he's a good kid. He's gonna be fine. Rico, can you stop eating long enough to get the boat ready to cast off?
So how's Angelo?
He's great, just great. He's back in school, gonna be a lawyer. Lou really would have been proud of him. He's gonna work his summer vacations on the boat with Rico and me. Yeah. What could I tell him, right? He's still half owner.
Listen, with a lawyer in the family, what's to argue?
Joe, have a good catch.
You too, fellas. Hey, and, thanks, all right?
All right.
All right. So where's this big 89-cent breakfast I hear so much about, huh? You order it, I'll buy.
You'll buy?
Yeah.
Well, then I'm not going to have no 89-cent breakfast. Come here, about
Oh,
a
now
block and a
wait
half
one
down.
second. Why you stopping
Sit
just
down,
because I'm
wait,
ordering
Mr.
it?
Come on.
This is ridiculous.
Double orange juice.
You're paying for it. We have 89 cents. Now I pay for it. What a waste. What'd you guess, suicide?
Oh, I'm not guessing anything. And if you were born in this town, you'd know that the current under the bridge flows out to sea and not in.
She's missing her belt.
She comes with her own dog tags.
Mr. Farr's office. Just a minute, please. Mr. Farr, it's Lieutenant Stone, San Francisco Police.
Yes, Lieutenant. What can I do for you? Excuse me, Lady John. Yes, I do know someone of that general description. You mean come down in person? Well, I don't know whether it'd be possible or not. I've rather a heavy day. Incidentally, how'd you happen to get my name?
Well, we'll tell you that when you get here, Mr. Farr.
I suppose I could give up my lunch hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Farr. Ask for Lieutenant Stone, that's me, or Inspector Keller. Hall of Justice on Bryant Street, Bureau of Inspectors. You got that?
Right.
He's a cool one. He's a hotshot lawyer. Now, would you give up your lunch hour for a dead girl?
That's him.
How do you know that?
They drive like they talk.
He's a real dude lawyer.
You probably have the same tailor.
Where's my jag?
You spend it all on clothes. Best dressed cop on Poverty Row. Mr. Farr!
Lieutenant Stone?
Yes, Inspector Keller.
How do you do?
This way.
You ever been in a morgue before?
No, I never have. Or a police station. My specialty, you see, is corporation law. I never deal with the law at this level.
Well, this shouldn't take too long.
You might even be able to make your lunch date.
Do you know her?
Her name is Holly. Holly Jean Berry.
Girlfriend of yours?
I didn't know her well.
A client?
Not really. I helped her out of a jam. She smashed her car up on a freeway ramp near the Presidio. At the hospital, they found some grass on her.
You acted in court for her, huh?
Never got that far. I just bailed her out.
When was this?
Last Tuesday. A week ago yesterday.
Did she mention her birthplace or anything about her relatives?
She said she came from Tennessee with her brother. She did mention something about an uncle.
Does the brother live here?
As far as I know. She said he belonged to some club or group.
Well, do you remember what club or what group?
Yes, I do. It was Halfway House. He must have had some problem with drugs a while back.
Looks like it runs in the family.
That's the trouble with cops like you, Keller. You equate 3 joints of marijuana with the hard stuff.
Well, Farr, I'm going to tell you
mind
something right
signing
now.
right here on the line, please?
That guy is not telling us something. Every time he opened his mouth, he was hiding it.
Well, that's a good lawyer.
Lawyer or not, I'd like to get the whole story out of him, the truth.
A real smart cop, huh? College grad, fancy degree in criminology. Well, let me tell you something. Until we get the preliminary medical reports, we don't have a case. And without a case, we don't have suspects, so don't you treat him like one. Because if you do, I'll have you right back booking shoplifters.
I just got a call from the chief, who just got a call from the mayor. This town's becoming a butcher shop. Ramsey case is the last straw, and what do we come up with? Kid's boot. Wouldn't be so bad if it didn't come right on top of the Donner killing. At least we found both her shoes. Now there's the Berry girl. Do you see any connection?
Well, it's too early to tell. Little Joe Ramsey and the Donner woman were both mutilated.
Well, the public thinks that those two were murdered by the same killer. That's what the press is feeding them. I'm having every blue-coated department asking questions 24 hours a day. We're pulling in anybody that has anything to say about Joe Ramsey. I want you in charge of that interrogation, Mike.
Okay. Let me clear my desk.
Of what?
The Berry girl.
Oh, did you learn anything from that lawyer?
Well, I learned that he doesn't want to say too much about her.
Her brother's name is Delbert. Left halfway house about 2 weeks ago. Worked at one of their gas stations.
She was about 20. Couldn't have been in the water more than 12 hours. But she didn't drown. Look here. Behind the left ear. She died from a blow to the carotid artery. And there were other bruises.
Well, she was in an accident the week before.
Yes, so I understand. But she wouldn't have survived a contusion of that severity.
Well, then what about the needle marks?
It's too early to tell. They look fresh. No scars.
Any evidence of sexual assault?
No. I'll start the autopsy this afternoon. But my preliminary examination seems to indicate homicide.
Something burning?
3 guesses.
You cops! Richie, get on out here. There's cops in the hall.
Do I look like a cop?
In this neighborhood, you better believe it.
Name is Soretti. What can I do for you, officers?
Mr. Soretti, we'd like to ask you about a tenant of yours, a Miss Holly Berry.
I told you she'd be trouble.
Don't mind her. Change makes him jealous, you know what I mean? Fact is, Holly is a nice kid. Hey, is this about her accident? Well, you know, she totaled her car.
She told you that?
No, she hasn't been here in over a week and a half.
Who told you about her brother?
Oh, some guy who said he was a friend of hers.
She have a lot of friends.
Just this guy and her brother. Oh, and her uncle come by 2, 3 times.
When was this?
Last week before.
Her uncle, does he live in town?
No, he said he was visiting from out of state. Lost touch with the kids sort of thing, you know.
You know where he stays?
I didn't ask him.
How about the brother?
Well, all I know about him is that he works at a gas station on Lombard, near the bridge. The uncle went looking for him there.
Well, did the uncle know about the accident?
Yeah, but it didn't seem to bother him. He was more interested in finding the brother.
Said the brother quit his job and he couldn't find it. Hey, come on, fellas. What's the trouble, huh?
She's the trouble. I told you, you let one of them...
Mrs. Soretti. Someone else is the trouble. Holly Berry is dead.
Now, sir, could we see her room?
Yeah, sure.
Is that a new lock?
Yeah. She had it put on herself the last time I saw her. I think it was a week ago Friday.
Was she afraid of something?
Who isn't?
And for this, kids leave home.
We try to make them feel at home.
Say, this friend who told you about the accident. You know his name?
Never saw him before. About his age, but a sharp dresser. Talk nice.
Yeah? Well, how was he dressed?
A suit with all the flaps. You know, English-like, big white tie. He had long hair, but neat, like he just come from the beauty parlor.
What do you want?
He came to pick up some of her clothes.
You let him in here?
No, he had her keys. That's how I figured they were friends.
Do you remember what clothes he took?
What clothes? Just clothes. He had an armful. He was in and out of here in 2 minutes.
Did you see him drive off?
How could you miss him? He was driving a yellow Jaguar. You know, vroom, vroom.
David. That's a nice name. It was my father's name. It means beloved.
David, there you are. Oh, you simply must come and meet all of our guests. Every female here has been asking who that divine young man is. Now, I want you all to meet David Farr. Yes, David is our very own attorney, and he is a leading light in Scobie Black and Waxman. And I want this is Rick. I wanted you to meet him too because I think you'll probably agree. You are. I do want you to come on. There are quite a few of you. Excuse me, dear beautiful women here.
Hello, David Farr.
Hello.
If you don't like the heat, you get out of the engine room. Or something like that, right?
Right. I'm supposed to be representing my firm.
Well, I'm stuck, too. Come on. Wow.
You must be getting some kind of
Just listen to the piece.
Don't you like the music?
Yes, but these, private party gigs get to be, real bummers.
Oh, you're with the band.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when they're really stoned, they let me sing.
Well, I take it tonight that they're not, stoned.
No. Tonight is the, VIP trip. Any moment they may get signed to a big contract.
You don't sound too hopeful.
Well, I wouldn't want to badmouth my brother. How does it go? Please don't shoot the electric piano player. But you're the big mouthpiece, and I ain't heard a word out of you yet. So tell me, what's a David Farr?
And David Farr is a small-town boy in the big city who's trying very hard to be learned and sophisticated.
David. That's a nice name. That was my father's name. It means beloved. Are you beloved?
I never thought about it. Are you?
I'm beloving.
I bet you are.
Now you're supposed to ask me for my phone number, but I don't have one. So, I'll ask you for your card.
My card? There you are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Farr. Got a few minutes?
What is this, Lieutenant?
We just thought you'd be interested in how we got your name.
So I gave her my card. That's how she happened to call me when she needed help.
Did you know she wore it around her neck?
No, I didn't. Once more, I fail to see what that has to do with her drowning.
She didn't drown, Mr. Farr. Somebody hit her too hard.
A man saying he was a friend of Holly's went by her place last week. He let himself in with her key, told the landlord she'd had an accident, and then drove off with some of her clothes in a yellow Jaguar.
So that's it. I did the girl a favor, and now I'm involved. Come on.
Hi there, David.
Larry. That's a bum spare. I lost my keys last week. There we are.
All right, let's go over it once again, shall we? You met her at a party on Friday. You gave her your card. The next Tuesday, she called you. You bailed her out on a possession rap. And then you took her home.
No, I didn't take her home. That's the point. She was afraid to go home.
Afraid of what?
The accident she had. You see, she insisted that it was no accident. She claimed that some man in a big black sedan tried running her off that freeway ramp. Look, I felt the same way. I thought she was giving me some kind of a line. And she knew that I didn't believe her. But she insisted. She insisted that someone was trying to kill her, that someone was after her. It had to do with something her brother saw in the trunk of someone's car.
What was that?
She didn't know what.
Did she say who this guy was?
No, only that she was to get in touch with him.
What for?
Well, that's what I asked her. She only said that Her brother was the only one that knew the reason.
Oh, come on, Mr. Farr. You expect us to believe that? Someone she doesn't know is trying to kill her because her brother saw something in a car trunk. And she's supposed to get in touch with that someone about that? But she didn't know what?
Listen, Lieutenant. I was as confused as you are. I figured I'd better get the girl home. That's when she went to pieces, started screaming. She thought that he'd be there waiting for her.
So you figured the girl was a kook, right?
Where'd you take her, Farr?
To a motel.
What motel?
Plantation on Webster Street.
So you get her off your back, you dumped her at a motel, is that right?
I didn't dump her. I took her where she'd feel safe.
She asked you to get her things?
No, when we got to the motel, she fell right asleep, but I figured that when she woke up, she needed a change of clothes.
That's when you took her purse and went back to her place?
Are you implying that I stole the purse? I didn't. I took her keys, let myself in, left the purse, got the clothes, and brought them back to the motel.
Do you remember what clothes?
Wait a minute. A print dress, green and blue, and a yellow pantsuit.
The yellow pants have a belt in it?
Yeah, I think so. Yellow, same color. He must have followed me.
Hold it there now. Wait a minute. I didn't catch that.
I said he must have been watching me in front of the rooming house and followed me back to the motel.
Who, Farr? Now, who are you talking about?
Whoever she was afraid of, that's who I'm talking about.
Okay, now, relax. Take it easy. Don't get excited. Now, we're only talking about what you did.
What I did?
Right.
I went to the rooming house, I got the clothes, I brought them back to the motel. She was still asleep when I got there.
And then you never saw her again?
No, I never saw her again.
You left her there, right?
Yeah, that's right, I left her there. What would you have done, Keller? Married the girl?
Here it is. H. Berry. You want the license number?
Please.
Here, take another look. Now, you're sure that's the girl you saw in the yellow sports car?
Yes, I'm sure. He checked in early. She stayed in the car, but I could see her. Pretty little thing. I put him in 3C.
All we want to know is when she left.
Look, if this is about her being underage.
No. They pulled her out of the bay this morning.
Is this the one? I just saw about it on the news. What is happening in this city? All these murders, first that little boy.
All I want to know is when she left, and if she left alone.
Well, I didn't see anyone leave.
Is there anything at all that you remember?
3C. Tuesday night. Yeah. This couple checked into 4C and complained that their television wasn't working, so I went back there to fix it. And there was this awful racket coming from next door.
What kind of racket?
This man and woman yelling at each other. First I thought it was the TV, one of those doctor shows about young people or divorces or something.
Did you see anybody come or go the next morning?
Nope. I did the linen about 10. They'd gone.
Lieutenant, Tony's got a witness on the Ramsey boys' killing.
You type this time.
Right.
No se preocupe, con usted. No esté nervioso, nomás queremos la verdad. Well, Lieutenant, I'd like you to meet Maria Ramirez.
¿Cómo está usted?
Bien, gracias.
Maria works for a family named Harrison on Baker Street. Alice Harrison, 6, used to play with Joel Ramsey. Now, Maria remembers seeing Joe get into a car with a man over 2 weeks ago. She speaks no English.
Well, why didn't she come forward sooner?
Well, she just got back from 2 weeks in Tijuana. Her husband can't get into the country.
Now, Maria, just tell me where it is exactly that you saw Joe get into that car.
Exactamente, ¿dónde viste tú a Joel subirse al automóvil?
Enfrente de la casa de la señora Harrison.
Y describa al hombre.
Un hombre grande, fuerte y con barba cerrada, oscura.
Barbado.
What does that mean?
Means beard. She said he had a full, dark beard, Bushy eyebrows, drove a black sedan.
You sure of the little Ramsey boy's boot?
After she described it, positive.
Good. Get a description over to Sal's division.
Not the press.
Sure, let them have it. Maybe they'll stay off our backs for a while. They milked the boot, now let them chew on the beard. What about the Berry case?
2 suspects. The boy Wonder here, he likes the lawyer. But me, I'm still trying to track down a guy calling himself her uncle.
Can't you two get together?
Well, then we wouldn't need each other.
No, man, he didn't say why. I just figured he was back on drugs or something, you know, and he was ashamed of it. This place is run by a halfway house, you know.
Did he leave in a hurry?
Yeah. He came in and got 2 days' pay about 9 o'clock in the morning. He said he was quitting. He didn't give any reason or anything.
Well, did he leave with his uncle?
Oh, that guy.
What about him?
Oh, he's bugging me for days.
About what?
Dell. Came in here about 2 hours after Dell quit. Thought I was hiding him someplace.
What did he look like?
Well, he was an oddball. Sort of pale looking. Had a bushy mustache and wore one of them felt hats. He was a real creep.
Okay, maybe Del Berry made a contact. He's back on junk. Uncle's protecting him. But what does it have to do with Holly?
When I see him, I'll ask him. Hey, where are you headed?
Far's neighbor.
Take it easy now. We've got no case against Farr yet, and he knows it.
Mr. Pyle.
Yes. Oh, you're the gentleman that were visiting David yesterday.
That's right. I wonder if you could help us.
What do you want to know?
Have you ever seen this girl?
Oh, her, sure.
She was here when?
She's one of his weekend tricks.
Which weekend?
Weekend before last. Not that I'm a voyeur or anything like that, but who could have missed her? I mean, every time I opened my door, she was either coming or going.
Is this standard procedure, Lieutenant? Intimidating witnesses in basements and elevators?
I just thought I'd spare you the embarrassment by not dropping by your office.
I somehow thought that you were above cheap shock tactics.
Well, it just so happens I received a small shock of my own. And if you like, I'll make an appointment with your secretary so we can talk about it.
Be direct.
Like you, Mr. Farr? Not telling me about the weekend you spent with Holly Berry?
So we saw each other. Isn't it understandable that it would be embarrassing for me to tell you that in light of what has happened since? I don't need that kind of involvement.
Well, you're involved whether you like it or not, so why don't you level with me?
I suppose you spoke to Larry Pyle next door.
What else haven't you told?
What else did he tell you?
He told me you were a green belt in karate.
Haven't you heard about harassment, Lieutenant? Aren't you cutting it pretty close, going around talking to my neighbors, asking them questions about me? How would you like it if I went by your house? Asked your wife a couple questions about you?
My wife has been dead for 2 years, Mr. Farr. And if you feel harassed, I'm sorry. We're just trying to do our jobs.
Then stop hounding me. Find out the man who took Holly from that motel. Find out where she was last week.
Now, we checked that out. And who was or wasn't there that night really doesn't matter, does it? Unless it was the person who killed her.
I think it matters, considering he tried killing her once before.
Well, now, if I remember correctly, you said you didn't believe that story.
I told you before I fell out of the sky. Just a little old piece of sky. you back from the party, mouthpiece.
How'd you get my address?
In the phone book, stupid.
Where do you come from?
I told you I fell out of the sky. Just, a little piece of sky.
A fallen angel.
Well, I don't know about the angel part. I've got this idea. It's a terrific idea. Why don't we take a shower and, make some pancakes?
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
So what?
You eat as though you haven't eaten for a week.
You didn't see me at that party last night. I went back for force. I've got a chicken breast and a chocolate eclair in my bag.
Well, that's great. We can take it on the boat.
You got a boat?
It's out there in the marina. Yeah, we're going sailing today.
Sorry.
Do you have other plans?
No, it's just... Well, I have, not a hypochondriac, well, I have this morbid fear of the water. It's terrible.
Oh. That's too bad.
Yeah.
What else can we do?
Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, where did you disappear to?
Oh, just feeding the parking meter.
Yeah, well, one more trip like that and I'll have the Vice Squad up here. Wouldn't it be easier if I just paid the ticket?
Sugar daddy.
Or better yet, we could, take your car home.
Nope, can't do that.
How come?
Well, somebody might, wire it with a bomb. You wouldn't want me in a million pieces now, would you?
Oh, I don't know. That might be kind of restful.
You don't believe me, do you?
About the Mad Bomber?
Know about somebody who's after me?
Sure. Sure, with cloven hooves, Horns. And a harpoon, huh?
Oh, I'll tell you what you can do. If he gets me, you can send flowers to my funeral. You know, those big, vulgar chrysanthemums. I love you.
Come on, Holly. Come on out of there.
I happen to like it in there.
It's time I took you home.
I told you I wasn't going to go back there.
Where would you like to have me take you?
Why not your place, huh? Okay. So you want to get rid of me? Okay, mouthpiece. Got a quarter?
What for?
Your swan song. Thanks. You're mine, forever and ever.
I thought karate meant without weapons.
Assuredly. But also I'm gardener. Hedge by day, karate instruction at night.
Japanese art of self-defense in Chinatown, huh?
And I, Kenji Ham, I'm Korean, but American citizen. You wish perhaps enrollment?
No, I'd like to ask you about one of your students. David Farr?
Ah, yes, Mr. Farr. But surely the keys are not police matter.
Keys? What's this about keys?
Keys Mr. Farr claimed he lost last Thursday night.
No, what I wanted to know was how long has Mr. Farr been a student?
6 months. Changhang.
What's that?
Greenbelt. For young man, this art soon mastered. You perhaps wish to observe exhibition tonight by all students of Changgye-won?
Is Mr. Farr going to be there?
Well, assuredly, every Tuesday, Thursday.
I wouldn't miss it. But don't tell Mr. Farr. I'd like to make that my surprise.
My sympathy for missing keys. Understandably, he's disturbed. Their laws preventing access to apartment, boat, safe deposit box. Truly anxiety.
Boat? Farr's got a boat?
Oh, yes. Splendid sailing craft.
Where's the dock?
I'll check it out.
And me, I've got 20 beers to grill before the night's over on that Ramsey case. Every child molester in the county with hair on his face. A real freak show.
The Berry girl. No more question, it's homicide. Her hands have been bound. I found traces of adhesive tape. And all the hair was gone from her wrists. The blow behind the ear finished her, but not before someone really worked her over. I'd say it was a professional.
And you...
You know, if I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. Would you?
Clean as a hatchet. You do this anytime you want.
If you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course. We just dropped by to give you the news.
What news? Did you find him?
No, it's about the autopsy. Miss Berry was killed, all right, but only after somebody worked her over.
The coroner called it a nice methodical chopping.
Now, if you happen to think of anything else, you know where to get in touch with, huh?
Busy. You know, I got a magazine stand, corner Columbus and Filbert.
Been reporting to your parole officer?
Every third Monday.
What kind of car you drive, Mr. Washington?
Still got the old Studebaker.
Hey, that's a real collector's item, isn't it?
Lieutenant?
What's the license number on that car, Mr. Washington?
Far. I found his boat at Bayshore Yacht Club. He's,
What can I do for you, Mr. Farr?
The question, Lieutenant, is how you can help yourself from getting hit with a harassment complaint. What is your protege doing snooping around my boat?
Well, like I said before, we're just trying to do our jobs.
You have no right to treat witnesses as suspects, and you know that.
Well, why don't you try and look at it from our point of view, Mr. Farr? For all we know, you could be covering up something. Or someone, right?
Maybe I can help you.
We need all the help we can get.
Holly's brother said something about seeing something in someone's car. Whatever Holly was afraid of, that's where it all began.
Yeah?
Well, isn't it obvious?
What?
The brother is the key to all of this.
Well, he might be, but he's disappeared.
What if I help you find him?
I don't know about that what if. If you know something, you'd better tell us.
If you keep my name out of the paper.
I can't promise anything, Mr. Farr, except to try and find her killer.
Well, then we're right back to where we started from.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'm making progress just talking to you.
Look, Stone, I've taken enough shoving from you. Now, I know you're getting a big kick out of trying to build a case against me, but you can forget it. I'll go find the brother. Then we'll see what kind of a case you've got.
I thought keeping one's cool was the first lesson in law school.
Let's go.
Say, you people look cold. Sell a house, buy a boat. I'll be doggone if I'm not going to enjoy it. Say, you're the young fellow who was down here before, aren't you?
That's right. Do you know your neighbor, Mr. Farr?
Dave, sure.
Who are you gentlemen? Oh. What's he done?
We'd like to know how often he comes down here.
Oh, weekends, mostly.
Now, before we do any talking, don't you think you ought to tell us why you want to know about it?
Of course. A girl he knew was killed.
They pulled her out of the bay.
Then you must have a certain day in mind.
Tuesday, day before yesterday.
Oh, well, he doesn't usually get down here until the weekends.
You know he was down here on Tuesday, Joe.
Okay, Tuesday. Tuesday night, it was about 10 o'clock. But we don't know it was Dave, Sally.
Well, who could it have been except Dave? You should have seen the way he took the boat out. He practically hit our front end.
Bow, Sally.
Well, they were sure bombed on something.
They?
Dave and a girl.
Now, you don't know that, Sally.
Well, I saw them, Joe, right out of the porthole.
Well, now, why do you think it was a girl?
Well, it was dark, and I could only make out their outlines all bundled up, but she... Well, whoever it was smaller than he was, and, well, he was practically carrying her.
Now, we do this right. With a warrant.
Thank you.
Sorry to disturb you.
Stick around, we'll be back in 15. Hey, you still here?
Me?
Yeah. You like the music?
Where's Dell?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of his sister's.
You a cop?
No, I'm a lawyer.
How did you find us?
Your agent.
Listen, Delbert isn't seeing anybody. He's very strung out. You dig?
Look, I know he's hiding out. I want to help him before the police do come around. Now, you tell him to meet me here tomorrow night, all right?
You got bread? Maybe he'll show.
Tell him I've got bread.
Got some for me, too?
Я ж сказал вам, я не говорю по-английски.
Lieutenant, I'm not sure what it means, but I think he's talking Russian.
Ты не говоришь по-английски?
Нет. Вы говорите по-русски?
No, я не говорю по-русски. He's speaking Russian. Get Kolinsky down here from Vice. He speaks it much better than I do. Tell him it's the Ramsey case.
Well, when he comes in, would you tell him Inspector Keller called, please? That's right, yes. No, he has my number. Right, thank you.
Search warrant come through?
Not yet, but I called Farr's office. He called in sick this morning. And I just called his home. He's not there either. A little travel fever?
Oh, maybe he meant what he said about trying to find her brother.
Mike. He spends a weekend with Holly he doesn't tell us about. He lets himself into her place. He goes off with her clothes. He's seen carting a girl onto his boat Tuesday night. Wednesday morning, she ends up in the bay, killed by a blow to the head like some quick karate chop.
It's too neat.
You're used to complicated cases. This is a neat one.
Sure, it's possible Farr could have killed her. But it's not that simple, buddy boy. Somebody worked her over. Someone really went out to punish her. And I just can't buy Farr as a premeditating killer.
Mike, what was it you used to tell me about human nature?
Of what?
Human nature.
I said, just watch out for the wolf in people. And that goes for you too, buddy boy.
That's right, but I'm for picking him up.
No, not yet. Of course, Farr could have been on that boat Tuesday night. But somebody else could have worked Holly over and dumped her on him to get rid of.
Wait a minute, you're saying 2 killers? But what's the motive?
If I knew that, I'd know everything.
Now you're back to your mysterious uncle.
I never left him. I'd like to ask Soretti some more about him.
While Farr skips town?
No, while we're waiting for the warrant on his boat. Come on.
Sure she got postcards. Lots of people get postcards who've got no phones.
You know, of course, that her brother sent her a postcard when he left Halfway House saying where he had moved.
I don't make a habit of reading other people's mail.
Oh, come on, Mr. Soretti. Everybody reads them. The mailmen read them. You know that, don't you? You know what? Even I read them. I can't resist them.
He read everything addressed to her.
Shut your face. Well, maybe I read a couple.
Remember the messages?
One, about someone she was supposed to meet.
Who?
Didn't say, just somebody at 6 o'clock or something.
Any address?
Parking lot across the street from the cannery.
What happened to the postcard?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Her uncle picked it up.
What did he look like?
Well, he was pale-looking, dark eyes. What I remember most was his mustache. It was like a walrus.
You didn't happen to see what kind of car he was driving, did you?
I don't know what kind it was, but it was black.
Lieutenant Stone, you got that warrant?
No, but I got a guy named Caswell on the phone from the marina. He says it's an emergency.
Tell him we're on our way. All right, now, Charge, show me. Drive.
What is Mr. Caswell?
His boat, Lieutenant. Inside the cabin.
Don't you think we better get another kind of warrant?
For the arrest of David Farr on suspicion of murder. Try to sell his boat?
Yeah, bit off more than he could chew, I guess, what with payments and mainland slip rentals.
Lots of lookers?
Nah, not really. 2 or 3 he comes down with weekends. One guy come down by himself.
Oh, a friend of his.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Dave gives him his key for a look-see.
Oh, Dave told you this.
No, friend did. Down here Monday lunch, couldn't make it over the weekend. I haven't seen Dave since they hightailed it out here this morning.
What did this friend look like?
He's about 50, I guess. Looks in great shape. Tweed cap, biggest cookie duster you ever saw.
What's a cookie duster?
A mustache.
This is a print found on the boat. And this is another print taken from the body of Miss Berry. They match. This is another print found on the boat. It matches this print. David Jerome Farr, courtesy of the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Any others?
Those were the only ones. The belt, of course, is a perfect match.
All right, what's bothering you? The guy with the mustache?
You bet he bothers me. He was seen at Holly's place posing as her uncle. And now a man with the same description is seen with Farr's keys posing as a buyer for his boat.
We don't know it's the same guy. And even if it is, it doesn't change the fact that Holly was on Farr's boat.
Yeah, but who took her there?
Well, now you're back to your 2-killer thesis.
I don't know. Maybe the uncle was using Farr.
Or vice versa.
You never give up, do you?
Give up? You're the guy that issued the warrant for Farr's arrest.
I know that. I had to. With all the evidence building up against him, but that other guy, that's the guy that gets me. Who was Holly afraid of that she had to change her lock on the door? She didn't even meet Farr until that night.
On whose word? Farr's?
You're getting to be a good cop. You're even giving me a hard time.
Well, I'll give you a harder time. What about the brother?
Oh, he makes it easier. The uncle was after the brother because he saw something. And now Farr's after him, too.
I'll bet he saw something.
He needs him as a witness to clear himself.
Or Farr knows he was a witness and wants to silence him.
Now, look. I know we've got a warrant out for Farr. But I can't tell Malone this case is in the bag. There's too much we don't know.
Well, we are going to know a lot more when we got Farr locked up. And for my money, it's narcotics.
It's keys. It's got something to do with keys. That guy with the tweed cap and the cookie duster, he's got the keys to Farr's boat, and Farr said he lost them.
Genji's.
Maybe he didn't lose them. He was here today?
2 hours ago. Unaccountably anxious. He made no accusations, but his suspicions were clear.
That somebody stole his keys.
Ah, so you too have spoken with Mr. Farr. He wishes an investigation?
No, his thinking is just 2 hours ahead of mine. And he asked who was here a week ago, Thursday night.
Besides the regular students. Precisely. I told him my recollections. 2 observers. One subsequently joined our Thursday night classes. In fact, there she is. Women's liberation has been most generous for our business.
Lucky for you, eh? And the other observer?
As I told Mr. Farr, most unusual. There was no hair on his head, but he wore a mustache and a full beard.
Real Jack the Ripper weather, huh, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, tow truck's gonna be going all night long.
This uncle, you were saying you finally got him off your back.
Yeah, man. Well, he used to come in here any time, day or night. Till I gave him Dell's sister's address.
Where is he?
Oh, Delbert, he regrets, man. He regrets.
Listen, man. Dell's in trouble, and so am I. He needs me, and I need him. We can help each other. Got it?
Right. Right.
Now, that makes 4, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's seen at Holly's boarding house, then at the gas station where her brother worked, next at Kenji's where Farr's keys disappeared, and last on Farr's boat. The man with a mustache, the uncle.
Wait a minute, you said the guy at Kenji's had a beard.
And mustache.
What does he do, put a beard on for evening wear?
Maybe. But we know one thing for sure now, there's another guy out there.
He's in there.
Yeah, he's there in the deep freeze.
Hey, baby, I done my trick. I'm getting out of here.
Hello, Dell. The man who calls himself your uncle. Who is he?
Oh, that weirdo creep. I never thought he'd turn on Holly Jean.
Then you do know who he is, don't you?
I don't know about him. Five minutes. I'll get me a deck. I'll get well in just 5 minutes.
What was in the car? A guy drives in for a tankful. Shh. He drives in for a tankful, just like any other dude. And you walk around in the back, and you see something. Huh? You remember?
Yeah, I can tell he's got bread. So I figured on hustling him for a new set of tires.
So you can pocket the cash.
Ooh. Man, you so cold.
Where am I cold, Dell? Huh?
By paying. He didn't pay, see, that's how I hooked him. He put it on his credit card. And I get the receipt, and when I lift the keys to check spare him back, that's when I seen it.
See what?
Oh, no, man. I ain't telling you that. That's money in the bank, what I seen. And all we had to do was just hit him once. We're flying high, Holly and me. We're grooving all the way back to Tennessee.
She's dead.
Them local dudes are gonna pop their gourds. They're gonna say, hey, ain't that them Barry kids in that big California car and all that sweet music booming?
She's dead, Del. She's dead. The dream is over. It's over. Who is the man? Who is he?
I got it right in...
So you got his name. And you saw something that you thought that he might pay you not to talk about. And you told Holly. You made her the go-between.
You crazy man. I didn't tell Holly G nothing.
You used her, Del.
I never figured he'd do it.
You used her. And so did I. I liked your sister. Maybe I even loved her, if I'd have given myself half a chance. But when she needed me the most, I ran out on her. I left her alone. You know the funny thing? I could have saved myself if I had helped her. Now, you and me, we're both in trouble. What's his name?
Maybe it's in there. Maybe it ain't no more.
Keller here. Farr, where are you?
Let me talk to Stone.
Let me see if I can get him.
Trace it.
Look, he's not here right now, but if it's any consolation, we know about the keys.
Then you know somebody stole them.
Well, let's put it this way. We know someone else is involved. The man who posed as Holly's uncle.
Why are you so concerned about me all of a sudden, Keller? You trying to spot the phone that I'm calling from? I'll save you the trouble. I'm in a phone booth off the Embarcadero. I've located Delbert Berry. He's in the old ice house at Sansom and Lombard.
I didn't hear you coming. I got something for you.
What I'm trying to tell you is just be careful, will you, Farr? This guy, whoever he is, might be watching you. He followed you to the motel, and he might have followed you to the brothers' place. We'll be right there.
I've given you everything you need, Keller. The name of the game was blackmail. But the game backfired. I'm hanging up now.
Don't be a fool. Just stay right where you are. You're going to need our protection.
Until you figure this thing out. You're right. I will need protection. From you.
All right, get out an APB on the yellow sports jag. License number...
Wait a minute, I got it.
235 PCE.
235 PCE, yes, sir.
Hank, run a DMV check on this car, will you?
Don't say it.
I'm not saying anything.
Say, do you see a TV set around here anywhere?
210-7 on the alarm. KMA 43 clear. All units entered to advise this code 4, no merit in the alarm of the Bank of California. Repeating, no merit in the alarm.
Well, he didn't die of an overdose, as you're probably thinking.
That's not what I'm thinking.
He died of a ruptured carotid artery. Exactly like the Berry girl.
He was her brother.
Any report on that car yet?
No, but one thing's certain. He didn't get across the Golden Gate. The bridge is closed. 20-car pileup on the northbound lanes.
We'll get him. Can't get far.
I hope you're right. I've worked for 48 hours straight up. I'm beat. At the moment, tow trucks are working to clear the wreckage from both lanes. But the bridge is not expected to reopen until 1 o'clock this morning. Cars and trucks have been backed up for 3 miles on the Marin County approaches. The Traffic Bureau strongly urges motorists to avoid the area. On the international scene, the United States, the Soviet Union, and Britain, in ceremonies in their capitals, signed ratification papers in a treaty banning nuclear and other mass destruction weapons from the seabed outside a 12-mile coastal zone. Secretary of State William P. Rogers said at the ratification ceremony that the entry into force of the treaty was an important step toward international control over weapons of mass destruction. The treaty, negotiated by the Geneva Disarmament Conference,
Gregory Praxis, 21 Ocean Bluff Drive, San Francisco, 1970 Dodge.
that's over west of Presidio. You think Sacramento can get me a DMV picture on this guy?
It's the middle of the night, Lieutenant.
Oh, no, he's got no record. Come on, Larry, do me a favor. Wake somebody up!
Castro, huh? What do you look like?
Wake up, Mr. Barr. That's better. Now we can talk. Eye to eye.
Who are you?
The first question. Who?
What do you want with me?
Excellent. What and who? But shouldn't you be asking why, Mr. Farr?
Oh.
Ask why.
Why?
Because, like the proverbial mountain, Mr. Farr, you were there. You were there to use. Therefore, I used you.
Oh, no.
Steve.
Oh, yes. Come on, lover boy.
Did you find Farr?
No, but would you settle for an uncle?
Angel of Death, 1957. Diamond hunters encounter a jungle tribe who worship a strange and powerful white man they believe to be the indestructible Angel of Death. Starring Gregory Praxis. Sounds like a real winner. Hey, what does this guy, shave his head or something?
Remember what Kenji said? Besides the mustache and the beard, the stranger was completely bald.
Where's the mustache and beard?
Read it again, buddy boy. Read it again.
What, the guy's an actor?
Right.
Still haven't answered our original question.
What's that?
What Delberry saw in the trunk?
Well, maybe Mr. Praxis can answer that, too. Okay. You try it. You ring. Mr. Praxis?
Praxis, yes? Isn't it a little early for this kind of...
I'm Lieutenant Stone. Inspector Keller, San Francisco Police.
How can I help you, gentlemen?
Well, if you don't mind talking out here.
I beg your pardon, Lieutenant. Come here.
Inspector. Gentlemen, come in, sit down. Let me offer you some refreshments, tea or coffee.
No, no, thank you.
No?
Mr. Proxus. Your name was found on the body of a young man who died last night near the Embarcadero.
Oh, dear.
His name was Delbert Berry.
Berry? Berry? I don't recall any such person. What on earth was he doing with my name?
Well, we think he sold you some gas. You see, we found this oil company receipt on his body with your signature on it. And we wondered what he was doing with the station copy.
I wonder, too. Perhaps he got busy, put it in his pocket and forgot about it.
Well, that occurred to us. You know, there's something else, too. We found a television log near his body. And as you can see, the corner of this page has been torn out, and there's a listing of a very early movie of yours on that corner.
Well, yes, that explains it. Poor fellow must have recognized my name. It's really rather touching, you know. All the television exposure of these old films has made celebrities of Hollywood's relics like me.
Strictly off the record, sir. Where were you last night?
Are you suggesting, Lieutenant?
I'm not suggesting anything. It's strictly routine, Mr. Proxus. You see, this young man, Delbert Berry, was murdered.
Oh. Last night. Last night, I had my dinner alone, and then I went out for a little while to get a breath of air. You'll excuse me. I'm keeping a cat for a neighbor, and he turns out to be quite a rascal. You sure I can't interest you in some coffee or tea?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Real $3 bill.
Did you feel his handshake? Like a vice. You were saying you went out for a bit of fresh air.
Well, yes, Lieutenant. I own some property in Belvedere. I often drive over there at night, and I walk under the pines. Have you gentlemen finished with me?
Do you remember what time it was when you left?
You mean last night?
Yes, last night.
Oh, probably about 10 o'clock.
And you got back?
Oh, just before midnight. See, I, too, am an inveterate late-night movie watcher. Last night it was Maltese Falcon on Channel 9.
You say you drove to Belvedere. That's across the bay, isn't it?
Yes.
You were back by midnight?
I said that, yes.
There was a 20-car pileup last night. The bridge was closed between 10 and 1. Take the other side of the house.
weapon. I'll break his neck. Throw it away. You cannot hurt me.
This far, he'll be okay. What about you?
This belonged to little Joel Ramsey.
Chamber of Horrors. That box probably contains half the unsolved murders in San Francisco County.
A real maniac. With a face for every role. There's Holly's uncle. And there's the man that kidnapped and murdered a 6-year-old boy. Sometimes he wore them together. And Holly's brother was the first man to identify Proxus as the killer of little Joel Ramsey. That's why Proxus had to kill Dell and Holly and frame somebody else.
How did Dell identify Proxus?
Give me the keys. There it is.
Come in.
Came by to compare bruises.
How you feeling?
Okay. Guy was some gorilla, wasn't he?
I'm glad you came by.
I'm sorry I misjudged you.
You didn't. The fact is, I could have saved her life.
That's what I felt. Even though I knew you hadn't killed her, I couldn't forgive you for abandoning her at that motel.
Yeah, well, I can't forgive myself.
Oh, come on, let's get off of this forgiving business. Here. I thought you'd like to keep that. Come on, hotshot. We've got work to do.
Take care.